Hello and welcome to coverage of the ZTO main event from King's Casino in Czechia. We've got a £250 buy-in with a massive 500,000 guarantee. Here are our players at the featured table. You can see Zuzarek has the chip lead with 1.7 million, just over 1.7 million. That's good for 58 big blinds. The most experienced player at the table appears to be seat number 9, Maciej Kondrazuk, who has around 800,000 in recorded cashes. But he's at the bottom of the pile on 5 big blinds, and he'll be hoping to spin it up. We are playing 45-minute levels. I believe the plan is to play 10 levels today, and the players are coming back after their first break of the day. So straight into the action. Pavel Havlin picking up pocket 7s under the gun 1, raising to 80k. We started the day with 222 players, but as you can see, the field has already been whittled down to 132. All the players have secured a min cash of €465, and up top is 62,400. Abreckner waking up with Ace King and 3 betting to 200,000. There are a few players here who are playing under nicknames, and he's one of them. Back to Havlin, and he'll peel and see a flop. So yeah, a bit of action on our first hand of the day. King high flop. Feels like a pretty easy check fold for Havlin, but we'll see. Breckner goes for the C bet, 145,000. And Havlin folds. The 500,000 guarantee does include 5 seats to the World Series of Poker Europe main event, worth €10,350. And that takes place on the 17th of September to the 8th of October. So that will add an interesting dynamic to the final table. Coverage tomorrow gets underway at 2:30 local time in Czechia. And we'll see what the state of play is once we get towards the end of the day, whether that's a final table or final 2 tables. We'll see how we go. Do get involved on the chat. I'll do my best to keep up to date with that. And another Ace King for Peter Wozniak. Opens to 65,000. Zuzarek in the small blind from Germany. Folds the Ace-2 of clubs. And Wojciech Sekula in the big blind from Poland. He'll defend off his 11 big blind stack. Jack 8-4 flop, so Sakula hits the front. Bosniak check back. Sakula still in front. You would imagine he'll take a stab at this for some protection. Probably wants to go reasonably big, but no checks. Double flush draw board. Bosniak takes the opportunity to try to take this away from Sakula. Sakula isn't going anywhere, makes the call, 65,000. Club river completes. Flushes, but neither player has any of that. Check through, and Sakula will take that one. That pops him up to 18 big blinds, so we'll be pleased with that. Back to a playable stack. My name's Richard Hayes. I'm a player, public journalist. I work for News and WSOP amongst others. Covering my good friend Dan Rankin today. He's off at a wedding, so I'm sure he's having a good time. I'll be here tomorrow for the final table as well, so for the final day, should I say. So we're taking you through right to a winner. Cards for Bosniak. Good position. Kondrashuk 4.8 bigs with ace high. You'd doesn't really like to see a raise ahead of him. He would have preferred this to be folded to him and shoved, but yep, he gets out of the way. In the big blind with 6-2 of hearts, and he just sends those to the dealer. He shows the table. So yeah, you guys should check out the upcoming schedule at King's. It's absolutely stacked for the summer. Next up is the festival from 6th of June to the 16th. It features a €1 million festival guarantee, and that includes the biggest ever Hendon Mob, 300,000 Hendon Mob Championship, 300,000 guarantee for a 150 buy-in. And I know Roland and Hans and the folks there are very excited about that. And then a 550 main event with a 500,000 guarantee. Kondrusiak moves all in with King Jack. Doesn't look like he's going to get any action from Kolja in the big blind. And he'll be happy enough to take that unopposed. He moves up to 7 big blinds. It's 10 for Wozniak. He decides to fold. Queen 10 of clubs for Marek Dostal. Nice hand in middle position. Opens to 60,000. Abreckner in the big blind. Defends with 6-3 suited. Very nice flop for Abreckner. Gut shot and the flush draw. Dostal continues with a range bet of 50k. Abreckner elects to just call. Ten of diamond turn gives Dostal top pair, puts him ahead, and he quickly fires out a 75,000 bet. I think this is again just a call from Abreckner, given he didn't check raise the flop. He does just call. And there we go, he binks the river. It is a king, so yeah, and Dostal does just check back on. Did well not to lose any more. Might have been a spot where he was seeking some thin value, but he found a check back. And then following the festival, there's a massive event, the Euro Poker Millions. 2 million main event, 590 euros buy-in. Sorry, 2 million festival guarantee, 500,000, 590 euro buy-in main event. So that is another huge one. But yeah, you guys should definitely check the schedule on the King's Casino website. It's just big event after big event, and the low buy-ins and big guarantees that King's is famous for. So if you're at a loose end at any point during the summer, you should definitely try to get across. Kolja opens ace 10 from the button, but doesn't get any action. He moves up to just under 30 big blinds. 9-8 suited for Kondrasuk under the gun. 7.3 bigs, but he lets it go. Probably would have been a bit of a light shove from under the gun there. Maybe he was thinking about the very strong looking min open. Jack 10 suited for Haviland in the hijack. Very pretty hand. He's 6 of clubs for Wozniak in the big blind. He's picked up quite a few aces already. And he defends. Heads up to the flop. And that is a beautiful flop for Haviland. Top pair and flush draw. Might be difficult to get any action from Wozniak. Maybe he will peel a small bet with the backdoor flush draw. Quite a big size from Haviland. Almost 80% of the pot. And Wozniak does just let it go. Looks disappointed. He was obviously hoping Wozniak had a piece of that. It is a big blind favoured range. Dostal will open King Jack off under the gun. Min raised to 60,000. And Sekula is woken up with Big Slick. 18 bigs. I think you probably do just move all in. Looks too strong to 3-bet off a stack like that. It just sort of screams absolute premium hand, so he's just going to rip it and hope Dostal has something that he can call with, or somebody wakes up behind with something. I don't think Dostal will be a customer. Folded back round. To Dostal. He's going to give it a bit of thought, but I'll be surprised if he risks his 18 big blind stack on this. He quickly folds. So Sekula off to a good start. He won that hand in the big blind, and has then got that 3-bet jam through. Although I'm sure he wouldn't have minded a call. There's a wreck with fours under the gun. Just going to let it go. Those small pairs. Easy enough to lay down under the gun. Kolja folds ace-6 off. Abreckner is going to open ace-2 of diamonds from the hijack. Dostal's woken up with Barry Greenstein, ace-queen in the big blind. 16 big blinds. I think this is an easy all-in, and there it goes. And probably just as easy a fold for Abreckner, you would think. He doesn't waste any time, straight in the muck. So yeah, let's have a wee quick look at some of the backgrounds of these players. Obviously, unfortunately, can't look into the players who are playing under their nicknames, but yes, Kondruzak has recorded earnings on Hendon Mob of 837,000. Biggest cash being a victory in a tournament at Rozvadov for 66,000 back in 2014. Seems to be a Rozvadov regular. A large amount of his cashes seem to be here. Dostal's next on 105,000. And then Krizak on 86,000. So yeah, it looks like it's big money for most of the field. I'm sure they're all excited about prospect of hopefully making it through to the final day. Cowboys for Havlin under the gun +1. He makes it 3.5 bigs, which may lead to no action. Open at that size, yeah, makes sixes fold. Ace-8 for Zurzarek in the big blind, but I think even that's a pretty easy fold versus a 3.5 big blind open. And he does so. Havlin maybe getting a wee bit overexcited. Looks disappointed there again, but he doesn't show them at least. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the rest of his sort of open sizes are. I think he went minimum with sevens, didn't he? So a potential sizing tell there, which other players may cotton on to. But yeah, we'll see how he approaches the next hand that he opens. Action folded round to Zurzarek in the small blind. 4-2 of clubs. Completes. Sekula 8-6 of diamonds. Two certainly playable hands. Sekula's just going to check it back. Zurzarek goes in front with a pair of fours. Gut shot for Sakula. He's going to have a stab at it. Min bet of 30,000. Zuzarek check calls. 9 of diamonds. Gives Sakula an up and down. Does he just want to take a free card, or is he going to barrel again with those few extra outs? No, he's going to take the free card. Ace of diamonds, which definitely favours Zuzarek's small blind limp range, but he's just going to try to get the showdown here. Difficult one for Sakula because you're probably never getting a queen to fold, so he does just check it back. And the 4 is good. King 9 of diamonds for Grizek. Haven't seen him yet at the stream, and he elects to fold there off 11 bigs. Dragic giving this some thought, but 7-5 suited, not good enough for 4.8 big blinds from the hijack. Queen 9 for Sakula in the small blind. He completes. And Havlin's woken up with another big hand, ace queen. So let's see what he does here. It is fine to go bigger from the big blind here versus the small blind. It goes the same size as when he had kings 3.5. He does show Sakula, who'll be pleased he got out of the way of that one, as he was completely dominated. There we go. Updated state of play. Abreckner still the chip leader with 1.875 million. Kondrasiuk still bringing up the rear. I think probably the biggest mover has been Sakula during those first 10 hands or so. Very Czech and Polish heavy table. A couple of Germans in there as well. Always good to see players from all over the world come into events. Ace Queen for Wozniak. Middle position. He's going to open off 20 bigs. Kondrasiuk gets rid of 7-6 of clubs off his short stack. Kolja with 9-8 off in the big blind. Decides to defend. So off to a flop we go. And both players connect. Wozniak with top pair, Kolja with second pair. I would think Wozniak will be getting one street of value. Goes reasonably big, 3.8. Bigs 115 into 195. Taking the pot to 310. Kolja does cover Wozniak. He does make the call. 3 of diamonds turn doesn't really change anything. Kolja checks once more. And with a SPR of 1-1. He could jam, he can go smaller, just try and keep 8s and 8x in, 7x in. He does go for the non-all-in sizing. 8.5, leaving himself only 5 bigs behind. I think that is going to make it very difficult for Kolja to continue. And he does make the correct fold. Wozniak moves up to 825,000. He's had a decent enough start to the table, start to the session as well. So yeah, let's have a quicker look at the payouts. Oh, well, maybe after this hand, here's Kondrazuk has finally woken up with a hand that he can try to spin up this short stack with. Ace Queen off, all in for 145,000. Zurzarek gets rid of King 9 of clubs. And it doesn't look like he's going to get any action. But moves him up to 222,000, 7.3 big blinds. So a bit more fold equity behind any future jams. But yes, back to the payouts. So 62,400 euros for first, 35,300 euros for second. So what's that? That's a 27,000 heads up. 24,800 for third, 18,200 for fourth. And then a place at the final table is worth just over 4k. And at the moment the players have locked up €605. So long way to go, but they'll all have their eyes on that huge top prize, huge for a €250 buy-in. Zerzurek opens Jack 8 of hearts from middle position. Havlin looks like he's interested with Ace 9 off in the cutoff. He does make the call, as does Kolja with King Jack on the button. So potential. Oh, and Krizek's woken up with 6s in the big. He does jam his 10 big blind stack. Lovely squeeze spot here. And may well get it through. Havlin's given it some thought. Feels like a tough call for Kolja for half his 19 big blind stack. Havlin does get out of the way. Kolja asks for the count. And Krizek is going to be jamming probably all his pairs from maybe 4s to 10s as well. So there's, Kolja's probably thinking there's a reasonable chance he's flipping, but then again, there's a lot he's dominated by. He's also going to be shoving jacks. Sorry, she there. My screen went. Back up. I assume Kolja folded. We've got a new player in seat 2, David Jordan. And Drew's actually going to play his king and gets his 7. 3 big blind stack in the middle, 220,000. Oh, Kolja's woken up with the same hand. Let's see if there's any nasty surprises, or are we heading for a chop? And no, they'll be chopping it up. So yeah, Kondrasuk will be disappointed with that. Never nice to get Ace King with a sub 10 big blind stack and end up chopping the pot. But at least he's still in it. Hi Bird, no worries at all. It's our moderator Bird. He's just joined the party. And thanks, Jay Whistlelow, for the welcome on the comms. Yeah, very pleased to be here. Looking forward to 2 days of hopefully some very exciting poker. Hasn't been anything too out of the ordinary that's happened thus far, but I'm sure that will change. Players seem to be in great spirits, lots of smiles, lots of laughter, and that's what we like to see whenever people are playing poker. Got to have fun at the tables, whether it's going good or bad. Sometimes that's easier said than done, of course, but there's Kolja opening Jack 9 suited from the hijack. Hi, Johan. Nice to have you in the chat. But no action for Kolja. And yeah, if you're thinking about traveling to Kings for any of the tournaments coming up, they've got a wide range of accommodation options from 5-star to 2-star, and you know they can arrange transfers from various airports and locations: Munich, Prague, Nuremberg, I think. If you get in touch with the Kings team, I'm sure they'll be able to give you all the information in that regard. But yeah, there's some huge tournaments coming up, so very tempted to head out myself. And we've got Abreckner using 260k from the hijack with Queen 7 of diamonds. He's been flattered by Krizek with deuces on the cutoff. Josh Bell's going to come along as well with 9-8 in the big blind. Jack 6-5 flop. Krizek still ahead, but as most of the time with deuces, unless you flop a set, the flop looks pretty horrible. Abreckner's going to take a stab at it with backdoor flush draws, backdoor straight draws. 75,000. That probably is enough. Rothbard does have that spot. Oh, he's not going to stick around with the deuces. He is ahead. And that makes the call with the gut shot a bit easier for Dostal. Abreckner, of course, does have one of his outs. 10 o'clock turn. Dostal picked up and up and down. But again, Abreckner's got one of his outs, and Dostal does decide to take the aggressive line and just rips it in. Just under pot size. Bet of 385,000, and that'll be good enough for the pot. Well played, Marek. Getting better hands to fold. He has 4 of hearts for Prizek from the hijack. 9.6 bigs. Possibly a potential jam spot that he decides discretion is the better part of valor. I think if he was in the cutoff, probably would have went in. Kondrasuk all in from the button with King 6 for his sub 5 big blind stack. Zuzarek makes the snap call in the big blind with 10s. And we could have our first casualty off the stream. No help from on the flop. Kondrasuk does have backdoor club. Queen Speed's turn is a brick, and you'll need a king on the river, and it's an ace. And there, that is the end of Kondrasuk, unfortunately for him. Came in as the short stack. Was very unlucky to shop with ace king whenever he was previously all in. Not much he could have done differently there. So we will be getting a new player shortly, I'm sure. Yes, well, I would imagine the other players will be happy enough to see the back of Kondrasuk. As I say, he certainly had the most impressive tournament record of the players who are playing under their real names. So a tough opponent out of the way for them. Eyes for Wozniak in the cutoff. Decides to just dump them. That is 19 big stack. King Queen for Dostal on the button. Opens to 100,000, 2.5 big. Opens the Pulis open. I've woken up with pocket jacks here in the big blind. 12 bigs. Easy jam. But he leaves a 5,000 chip behind. King Queen, always a tough hand to lay down. Button against big blind. Especially whenever you cover the player. And he does lay it down. Some good instincts from Dostal. Clearly felt he was at best flipping, at worst crushed, and for just over half his stack, he felt it'd be better to wait for another spot. Folded round to Zerzarek on the button. 7-3 off. And that is not within his button opening range, nor should it be. Oh, and a walk for Havlin, which is always nice, especially with 5 high. Didn't see if he looked there. I generally tend not to look when I get a walk. You never want to see a monster. Dostal gets rid of King 8 of Hearts in the hijack. King 10 off for Zerzarek in the cutoff. Opens to 80,000. Kolja lets go of 9-4 off in the big blind. Zerzarek scoops in the pot. He moves towards 50 big blinds. Seat 2 still empty following the elimination a couple of hands ago, but I'm sure we'll get another player in shortly. Queen Jack for Dostal, middle position. Goes for the min open. Kajola lets go of the same hand in the small blind, and Abreckner is going to defend the Doyle Brunson 10-2 suited. And Abreckner has again flopped a flush draw from the big blind, checked through. 6 of Hearts turn brings the 1 card straight possibilities, which are all really in Abreckner's range, so this seems a great spot to lead, and he does. 100,000, 2.5 bigs. Just under half the pot, about 40%. Dostal's looking like he's going to peel with... Is that a raise? Oh yeah, Dostal has min clicked it. The 200,000 with Queen High. This is a very interesting move. Obviously a non-believer in terms of the 8. 9 of spades. River pairs the board. Abreckner left with air, but Dostal also has air, although he does have better. Abreckner will be worried by that min click on the turn. But he does decide to go for it. bets 475,000, and that is good enough to get Dostal to fold, and that's nice play from Abreckner. Really nice play. The min click on the turn from Dostal is very interesting. I assume he's trying to represent the 8. But there's definitely more 8s in Abreckner's range there. So yeah, very interesting hand there. I think that's probably been the most interesting one thus far. In terms of seeing players being prepared to take some maybe unorthodox lines, but aggressive unorthodox lines. Called you on the button with King 10 of hearts, raises to 3 bigs. And Krizek will just let go. 9-4 suited in the big blind. King Queen for Dostal under the gun, down to 12 bigs. Opens to 85,000. So direct, let's go, pocket 4s in the next seat. I think that's Havlin who's made the call with Queen 7 of diamonds, not Sakula. And Wozniak comes along in the big blind with Jack 7 of clubs. Great flop for Dostal, hits the front with top pair. And this could spell trouble for Havlin, who also has a queen. Dostal moves all in for $390,000, just under 10 bigs. And Havlin very quickly gets rid of the queen. Wozniak lets it go as well. You know, it's a good fold from Havlin, you know, getting rid of the Queen 7, but, you know, sort of shows you the problems of playing those hands in the first place if you're going to fold whenever you you hit top pair, it's going to make it very difficult for you to be continuing in the face of any kind of aggression. Abreckner and Zerzurek still sitting pretty big lead over Havlin in third, almost double the stack. So those guys can really start to put pressure on these middling stacks. Dostal, Kolja, Sekula, Wozniak, all in that sort of awkward sub 20 big blind stack range. Zerzurek opens King Jack off under the gun. Oh, and here we go. Havlin's woken up with aces and sets the trap, just makes the call. And this is nice because he got maybe a wee bit overexcited with kings earlier on and opened to 3.5 big blinds, I think, from under the gun or under the gun +1. So he's went for the opposite approach. And he's got a further customer from Dostal with Jack 10 off in the big blind. So yeah, action flop, Queen high, but Dostal has an up and down. Zerzurek has a gut shot. Havlin still well in front with the aces. And Zerzurek's going to continue for 120,000. Havlin again just makes the call. Now Dostal played his up and down very aggressively the previous hand, a couple of hands previously, when he just jammed the turn for 14 bigs. Wouldn't surprise me. Oh, sorry, Havlin's raised. Havlin's raised to 290,000. So that does make it a different spot. I think if Havlin had just called there was a good chance Dostal might have just shipped it in with the up and down. But he does get out of the way. So Havlin's raised to 290. Small raise. But that is enough for Zerzurek to see the danger signs, and he does fold, and Havlin shows the rockets. So yeah, worked out well enough for Havlin in the end. Can sometimes backfire. You really don't want to flat and then see the button and the blinds come along and all of a sudden you're going 5-way to a flop with aces. I mean, that's a bit of a nightmare scenario, but it worked out okay for him there. Ace-9 for Havlin. He's going to keep the momentum going and opens again. And Krizek will be all in here with Ace-Queen for 7.1 bigs. Folds back to Havlin. He asks for the count. I think this is probably a wee bit too much. Grizek has been quite tight, quite quiet so far. But it is only another 5 bigs. I mean, it's... You can't be ahead of King Queen suited, King Jack suited, Ace 5 suited, flipping against pairs that are going to rip it in as well. But no, he doesn't want to get involved. Grizek goes up to 12 big blinds, out of the immediate danger zone. Nice big smile, he seems happy enough with that. Yeah, Bird, no, it was interesting that that flat with aces. Do let us know in the chat whether you would have done similar, or whether aces are just a automatic 3-bet for you. Grizek gets rid of a suited ace in middle position. Folded round to Zerzurek in the small blind, Queen 3 of hearts. Nice hand, I'd imagine he will complete, which is very much the fashion these days. Sakula also with a suited queen, Queen 10 of clubs, so dominating Zerzurek at the moment. Gut shot for Sakula, still in front on the Ace King 5 flop. Let's just check through. Nope. Check to Sakula. Yep, he does check back. Eight of clubs turned. Check to Sakula again. He's happy to take a free card. The juice of diamonds on the river. Looks like it'll just be checked through again, and Sakula's Queen 10 is good enough. Zerzurek probably regretting not having a little stab at it some way along the way there, but I think anything before the river certainly would have been called. Anything small anyway. I think a misdeal there. Kolja folds king queen. Oh, sorry. Opens to 120k. 3 bigs. Pocket 8s, snowmen for Zerzarek. I think this is probably just a call against an under the gun open. It's just checking the open size. Does make the call. Havlin gets out of the way in the big blind, so heads up to the flop. Zerzarek still ahead, but 2 overcards on the ace-jack-7 flop. Kolja with the gut shot. Doesn't decide to follow through with the c-bet. And Zerzarek checks behind. Jack of heart pairs the board, and Kolja now goes for the... Looked like he was going to go for the delayed continuation bet there, but no, decides to check. And Zerzarek happy to take the river. And just check down, and Zerzarek will take that. He'll be happy with that outcome. I think probably if Kolja c-bets the flop and goes small on that paired board turn, I would imagine he takes that down, but did favour the under the gun opening range. And Zerzarek just happy to take it to showdown. Breckner opening the pocket 5s under the gun. Action folded to Havlin in the small blind. He gets rid of ace-8. Kolja defends the big with 10-6. And he flops top pair on the 10-8-4 flop. Quickly check through to the king of hearts turn. Breckner's going to fire at that. And Kolja check calls a bet of 60,000. And he hits the 10 of spade river to give him trips. Be difficult to get paid, but yep. Kolja gives him the thumbs up, saying well done on not betting that river. But 5s was always going to be. Happy to take that to showdown. And he moves up towards 18 bigs. 710,000. Oh, and looks like we have a new player. I believe that is David Jordan from Germany in seat 2. I think he sat down with 1.3 million. So somebody who's capable of challenging Zerzarek and Abreckner at the top of the standings at the table. Folded to Kolja in the small blind with King 7 of spades. He raises the 95k, and Abreckner goes all in with pocket 5s. Same hand twice in a row, but the outcome's better for him that time. Kolja quickly gets out of the way in the face of the 3-bet jam. Kolja trying to get some info out of Abreckner as to what he had, but I don't think Abreckner was giving him anything. Sakula gets rid of ace-5 from the hijack. But he does well too, because Havlin's woken up with Barry Greenstein behind him, ace-queen. He opens to 90,000 from the cutoff. And Krizek has 6-3 suited in the big blind, and he's happy to send that to the dealer. So no action for Havlin. Him and Krizek having a good laugh. Havlin seems to be one of those players who likes to have a wee chat after every hand he's involved in, whether that's trying to get some information or try to give out some info as to what he had or what he wants people to think he has. And here's our first look at David Jordan, who opens to 85,000 under the gun with King 10 of hearts. And yep, he's playing a 33 big blind starting stack. Krizek's woken up with the Stowmen in the small blind. 9 big blind stack. Made more awkward for him by the fact that the open comes from under the gun. He's been quite tight so far, but I think this is too strong a hand. And he does move all in. Jordan makes the snap call, so we're off to the races. And a king in the window for Jordan. Krizek up out of his chair, 10 improves Jordan further to 2 pair, so only an 8 will suffice, and it's a deuce on the river. Krizek taps the table and takes his leave. So Jordan quickly introducing himself to the table. One hand played, one player knocked out. Sakula lets go of ace-9 of clubs, and again it's great timing because Havlin's woken up with a monster behind him. He opens ace-king, 90,000, which he seems to have settled on as his new opening size at this level. Jordan with king-queen in the big blind. It looks like he's produced a 3-bet to 250,000, so there could be fireworks here. I think personally, if I'm Havlin, I'm just getting this in, but he decides to flat. Jack high flop. Havlin still ahead. But it's Jordan who continues as the 3-better pre-flop. Fires out a bet of 140,000. About 25-30% of the pot. Havlin does make the call. Ten of hearts is a great card for Jordan. Gives him an up and down. And he does just put Havlin to the test for the rest of his stack. 935,000 bet. And that covers Havlin, who only has ace high in the gut shot. But he is ahead. .23 big blinds behind. I mean, Jordan has taken a strong line here, 3-bet pre and double barreled. But Havlin doesn't look like he believes him. Or is it just frustration at ace king bricking, which is always horrible. And he does let it go. That's some nice play from Jordan. He moves above the 2 million mark. 55 bigs. Play 2-1-2 for Jordan. Folded round to Wozniak on the button. Queen Jack, this will be an open. And Jordan has woken up with Ace Queen in the small blind. He's loving life at the moment. And he just moves all in. Oh wow. Dostal has woken up with Ace King in the big blind, and he ships his 12. There's 13 big blind stack into the middle. Makes it an easy fold for Wozniak if it wasn't already. And Dostal is in great shape for more than a double up here. %75 favourite. But the flop is Queen High, Queen, Jack 2. Dostal needs a 10 or a king. And there is the 10. And he gives a good fist pump. And that's him up to 1.175 million, just under 30 bigs. Bit of a cooler there, really. Nothing that could be done. The poker gods giveth, the poker gods taketh away for Jordan, but still on a very healthy 1.67 million, 42 big blinds, all German top 3. Wozniak bringing up the rear on 11 bigs, but not in the immediate danger zone yet. Blinds have went up to 25.50 with a 50,000 big blind ante. And yeah, Jordan certainly had a eventful start to this table. I think he's been sat down for 4 hands and he's played 3 of them, knocked out one player, doubled up another, and 3-bet double barrel bluff successfully the other hand. So he's not here to mess around. Pocket 7s for Kolja, and he moves all in for 12 big blinds, 615,000. Abreckner has Ace 10 in the next seat. He lets it go. King 10 suited for Dostal in the small blind, but that's not going to be good enough. And 4-3 for Zerzurek. in the big blind. So looks like Koji will get that through. And looks like we'll be playing to the end of level 25 tonight. Currently at level 20. Ace Queen suited for Wozniak in the hijack, and he moves all in for his just under 9 big blind stack of 420,000. Dostal gets rid of Ace 5 on the button. Zerzurex's going to ask for a count with Ace 6, but I don't think that's going to be strong enough. Wozniak has probably just enough to get him off that. And Sekula quickly lets go of Jack 7 in the big blind. We're down to 85 players from 222 that started the day. And that means everyone is guaranteed a €700 payout at the moment. He's Jack for Zerzurek on the button. Lovely hand to pick up on the button. Makes it 125,000 to go. 2.5 big blinds. And Havlin's just going to let go of the 8-6 in the big blind. And yes, there'll be a 15-minute break at the end of this level. Average stack in the tournament of 1.5 million at the moment. 30 bigs dead on. And it's 45-minute levels today. Those levels will be increased to 60 minutes for the final day. David Jordan opening King 8 suited from middle position. Kolja with 10-6 in the big blind. Defended very similar hand. I think it was 10-6 actually previously in the big blind. Doesn't look like he's got the appetite though this time. Nope. King Queen suited for Dostal. Opens to 105,000. But no action. Abreckner with 6-3 off in the big blind. And on to hand 41. Flying through the hands quite quickly actually. Everybody's acting quite quickly. Nobody's Hollywooding or anything like that. Just getting on with it. Sakula with Ace Jack for 11 bigs from the hijack. And he's going to ship it in apart from leaving 10,000 behind, which he does seem to like to do. And he's going to get some action from Kolja, who just covers him with Ace Queen. And yeah, Sakula gutted to see his opponent's holding. Very unlucky to walk into a hand that has him dominated. Let's see if he can get any help from the flop. 10-9, 3, some backdoor possibilities, but Kolja still ahead. Queen of diamonds gives Kolja top pair. Sakula doesn't have any outs to the diamond flush. King or an 8, and it is an ace. So Kolja takes the pot with 2 pair, and Sakula is unfortunately eliminated. Well played. Again, not much he could have done there. He takes his leave. That should put Kolja up to somewhere around 25 bigs, something like that. So he'll be very pleased with that. Zerzurek opens king 9 suited to 110,000 from early position. And David Jordan with 6-5 suited in the big blind. Lovely hand. I do have a soft spot for those suited connectors. And ace king jack flop, so Zerzurek hits the front with second pair. I think this will be a quick check fold from Jordan in the face of a small c-bet from Zerzurek. And Zerzurek does get it done with a bet of 125,000. Two seats empty at the moment, so I would imagine those will be filled reasonably quickly. Havlin with pocket sevens off 16 bigs from early position opens to 110,000, and Kolja has pocket eights in the next seat, makes the call. David Jordan with Queen Jack in the small blind, mulling things over, and looks like he's reaching for 3-bet chips. And he does. 3-bet to 280,000 from the small blind. Quite small, only 5.6 bigs versus 2.2 big open and flat. Dostal has ace jack in the big blind off 24 bigs, and this is a really awkward spot, and he does quickly let it go. Havlin decides it's good enough, and he moves all in for 810,000. He gets Kolja to fold the better pair, so he'll be absolutely delighted with that. Kolja didn't even think about it, sent the card straight to the muck. And it's 530,000 for Jordan to call 11 bigs, and I think he's been. Oh no, he's gonna go for it anyway. He didn't look pleased, but he's gonna go. And it's a pure 50-50 race. Queen Jack of David Jordan against the pocket sevens of Pavel Havlin. And Jordan hits the front on the King Queen 6 flop. Havlin does have backdoor diamonds. Running diamonds would do the job, as well as a 7. But it's the ace of hearts on the turn. So Havlin down to 2 outs. Is it lucky number 7? It is not. 3 of hearts. And Havlin taps the table. And Jordan moves above the 2.5 million mark, up to 2.6 million. And Jordan just continues to stack chips, has put that ace queen against ace king cooler behind him, and looks like he'll be a dangerous customer Let's just have a look at his handle mob. Cashes of just under 25,000, and his biggest cash was 14,000 euros in Rosvedov at a German Poker Days high roller in February 2022. So obviously very comfortable here at Kings, has some good memories, and he'll be hoping to go on another deep run here. Dostal with 7-3 in the small blind, and Zerzarek is going to get a walk. Is that a royal flush crew patch on Zerzarek? Looks like he must be rolling with those guys. Does Abrechter realise it's on him? Not sure. There we go, 5-3 in the muck under the gun. Jack 10 suited for Dostal on the button, playing 23 bigs. Automatic open. And Kulja with Big Slick in the big blind, playing 21 bigs, and he does just move all in, and easy and quick fold for Dostal. Oh, new players' chips are just being put at the table, so we'll see who we've got. Francis van Uden from the Netherlands, playing 24 big blinds. King 8 of hearts for Zerzarek on the button. Another nice hand to pick up. He makes it 125,000 to go. Abrechter with Jack 8 suited in the big blind, and he defends. So heads up to the flop. And a bit of something for everybody. Top pair for Zerzurek, second pair for Abrechner. Zerzurek goes with the 110,000 bet into the 320 pot, and Abrechner check calls. 9 of clubs turn. Doesn't really change anything. Does bring in potential Queen 10 straight. And does seem to have concerned Zerzurek. He checks back. Queen of heart. River completes the board. One card to a straight now. Any 10 has the straight. After Zerzurek check back the turn, Abrechner probably does feel like there's a good chance Jack is good. But it is checked through, and he'll see the bad news that Zerzurek has top pair. So another pot for him. He moves up to 2.3 million. Abrechner down to 1.47. And just beside Zerzurek is another new player. Is a player playing under a nickname Paulie. Another German player. 3.7 million he's sitting down with. So a very healthy stack. And I think he does become the table chip leader now. Wozniak with ace 10 under the gun. Playing just under 9 big blinds. And he does decide that is good enough to get it into the middle. And Abrechner has woken up with ace king suited in the small blind. So Wozniak will definitely be getting looked up here. And Van Uden in the big blind gets out of the way. So Wozniak dominated and needs some help to stay in the tournament. And he gets it on the 10 high flop, but Abrechner has the flush draw. 9 of hearts, turn is clear for Wozniak. Can he hold on here? And it's the 8 of spades. And he does hold on for the double up. Turns round in his chair, gives a quiet fist pump. Don't think he can quite believe that he's managed to defeat all the outs there. And very happy about that. Maybe he can get some momentum going. He's been very patient. He's been grinding the short stack. Eight 7 suited for Zerzurek. opens to 110,000. Queen 10 suited for Kolja on the button. And he calls. And Wozniak in the big blind with ace 3. Maybe a potential squeeze spot, but I don't think so. He'll come along for the flop. So 3-way. And Wozniak does hit the front on the ace jack 7 flop, 2 clubs. Kolja does have the gut shot and the back door. Zerzurek has bottom pair, and it's him that comes out firing as the pre-flop raiser. Bets 160,000 into the 405 pot. And that's enough to persuade Kolja to get out of the way. It's a tough one for Wozniak with a weak ace off 16 big blinds. Zerzurek definitely has the range and nut advantages. Wozniak is never going to have aces or jacks. Could have 7s, and he does just let it go. The problem there is if you check call and it's another ugly looking turn, it's going to be very difficult to withstand any further heat. And you can be playing for all of a sudden playing for the rest of your stack. So Paulie, the chip leader, 3.7 million. He's only recently come to the table, so we haven't actually seen him in action yet, but I'm sure that will change. And David Jordan and Zerzurek filling out the podium places. Wozniak still bringing up the rear, but on a more healthy looking 16 big blinds. Big slick for Abreckner, ace king of spades in the cutoff. He opens to 100,000. Wozniak with king jack in the small blind, 15 big blinds. Decides to call. And David Jordan in the big blind with a genuine hand as well, pocket 9s. He hasn't been afraid to 3-bet, and he does just move all in. He's going to get looked up by Abreckner for sure. And an easy fold for Wozniak, you would think. He is going to have a think about it. But, oh, no. Yeah, it does let it go. So Abreckner needs to hit this flop to stay in the tournament. Hit this run out, sorry. And he does. Ace, King, 5, 2 pair. So Jordan down to 2 outs over running diamonds. And the Queen of Spades takes away the backdoor flush possibilities. So literally a 9 or nothing for Jordan, and Abreckner secures the double up. Big double up for him. That puts him up to 45 big blinds, 2.25 million. And Jordan down to 1.5, 31 big blinds. Abreckner's played well so far. He'll be a dangerous player with a stack, you would think. And yeah, David Jordan has certainly come to play. Absolutely not scared to put pressure back on his opponents. And yeah, chips are starting to fly around now as the blinds go up and people start to feel under pressure for their stacks. Nine 3 from Paul Egos in the muck. Still haven't had a chance to see him in action yet. Kolja raises 10-9 suited. Dostal with Queen 2 of clubs in the big blind, but lets it go. And Kolja takes that one down unopposed. Actually, my personal favourite hand, 10-9 suited. It's got me in a lot of trouble over the years. But I still love it. On to hand 51. Abreckner with King Jack off, middle position. Raises to 100,000. Min open. And doesn't receive any action. Let's just have a wee look at Francis van Uden's hand and mob. 63,000 in cashes. Best live cash being a 15k at a tournament in Utrecht back in 2007. Folded to Zerzurek in the small blind, queen 2 off. He's completed every time that's happened, and that continues. Finally going to get to see Paulie in action. He's got ace king in the big blind. And he is going to raise it up. And I think Zerzurek will just quickly send that to the muck, and he does. Yeah, still haven't had the chance to really see Paulie involved in a hand yet, but I'm sure he will be looking to wield that substantial stack at any chance he can. Pocket fives for Van Uden, and the first time we've seen her enter the fray, she raises to 100,000 min open. Kolja with 8-5 of clubs in the big blind, and he does defend and heads up to the flop. And Kolja does go in front with second pair on the ace 8-4 flop, but Van Uden is going to c-bet. And Kolja makes the call. Two spades turned. Van Uden picks up a gut shot to go with her pair of fives and checks it through. Two of Diamond River completes the board. Kolja still in front with eights and deuces, and we'll have to see whether. Looks like he's thinking about maybe a blocker bet of some kind, or and he does lead out. And Van Uden quickly sends her fives to the muck. I think she was confirming she didn't have an ace after Kolja asked her. And ace jack of clubs for Van Uden. Now down to 18 big blinds. And looks like she's going to move all in. She does. Ship it into the middle. 890,000. And she's going to be very disappointed to find out she's ran into Paulie's ace king on the button. He asks for a count. Only thinking about whether he should 3-bet or just flat. And he does just call. And the blinds get out of the way. So Van Uden's going to need some help to stay in it here. Five, 5, 6 flop. Paulie also picks up a flush draw. So huge favourite now. 8 of diamonds turn, and Van Uden's already up out of her chair. Has to be a jack and not the spade. And it's the queen of diamonds. And Van Uden takes her leave. And Paulie now up to 4.8 million, almost 100 big blinds. First time we've seen him in a hand since he sat down at the table. And he'll be delighted if every hand that he plays goes like that. I think this is the last hand before the break. And here's David Jordan opening King Jack off under the gun. Zerzarek with Ace Jack in the hijack. Probably just a call. And he does just flat. Wozniak with Ace 9 in the big blind, and he also comes along. So 3-way to the flop. Seven high, so Zerzarek still ahead, but Jordan is going to continue from under the gun. 405,000 pot. And he fires out 120,000 bet. Zerzarek has the Jack of diamonds in terms of backdoor flush possibilities. And he does let it go, as does Wozniak with his Ace 9. So nice play from Jordan, gets 2 better hands to fold, and that is the final hand before the break. There's how things stand. Paulie leading the way with 4.8 million, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Please do join us. See you shortly. Thank you.
Fair game for poker, 3 options. Sometimes just 3 options. Some games you can do like more option, raise, re-raise, something.
Blom with 2 black ladies like under the gun here, min raising.
Like Sweden here, called country. Victor, don't look at me. Come on. Too strong, too strong.
Oh dear, we've got action.
Oh dear.
Bicchieri. 2 black bad boys in the cutoff. The pocket rockets. Small 3-bet incoming.
Uh-oh.
265.
Uh-oh. Bleib sitzen. Warum spielst du so viel Hände? Warum spielst du so viel Hände?
So viele.
So viele Hände. Mit deinem Steak so viele Hände, bleib sitzen.
Solo juego con
Hört
ases.
mich, wenn kriegst du eine
Does go all in.
Platz.
Does get called. Blom
Wieso
gets the bad
spielst du
news.
so viel?
Piccieri up out of his seat when it should be Isildur the one standing up.
Ich verstehe, aber
There's 21% equity to remain in this tournament with 8 remaining at the moment. 2 away from the money. Piccieri, a 4-1 favorite to eliminate
di essere miliardario.
the beast that is Isildur.
E sei nervoso di questo?
Un po' sì.
No, mamma,
Voglio vincere.
hai vinto.
Vediamo.
Hai vinto e basta. Non c'è da
10,
parlare.
5 is
hai
the
vinto
flop.
e basta. Dico, non c'è da parlare, hai vinto e basta. Ma che sei nervoso? Con 2 assi. Quello nervoso con 2 assi. Niente da essere
Turn is a
nervoso.
6.
Non c'è.
Red lady of the night needed on this river,
Relax.
or we will have another elimination.
Jetzt ist Bubble Boy. Was machst du Aktion?
River is a king. Close but no cigar in between the queen and the ace.
Cover you?
Ho detto niente da essere nervoso.
Of course, massive thanks to all the moderators and everyone else helping throughout the week in any way, shape or form, even if it was making us laugh. Fox and limping here and Piccieri with a monster. He's got the ladies in the big blind. Bumps it up 4x. Foxen will call.
Oh dear.
Oh, wow. Disaster here for Foxen. There's no way he's not going to lose a chunk of chips with top pair here on the flop. It's heads up after all. So hard to make a hand. Does bet 900k. Foxen might be having thoughts of raising here.
2.1.
That's what I was thinking.
Does go for the raise. And lads, this could be curtains here for Foxen. This would be very tough for him to get away from top pair with a decent kicker once he's raised to 2.1 million here on a 10-6-3 flop.
4 million.
The click back.
Clicks it back. This looks incredibly strong. There's not a lot of bluffs in Piccieri's range that are just going to click it back that quick there to 4 million, Alan, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can get behind that. There might be some like ace 5 of clubs here or something like that maybe that possibly could do this.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what kind of hand would do this, if like a flush draw wise.
Does run it.
Could have two overs in a flush draw, but the
Yeah.
best case scenario is something like ace 5 of clubs. Foxen has gone all in. Piccieri has called, of course, 16 million in this pot. And if Piccieri can hold with his ladies, which he will 88% of the time, the Italian has become your GG Millions champion. Foxen really up against it after that flop. Not much he can do once he's raised.
No, basta. Oh, GG, ho giocato ormai. Da quello che viene, viene.
2 outs in the deck for Foxen. Turn is not one of them. It's the 7 of hearts. Alessandro Piccieri is 1 card away from that bracelet.
Siamo pari, forse. Siamo pari, tipo.
Just 5% equity for Foxen as we hit the river. It's another 7.
That's it.
Alessandro Piccieri from Italy has done it. He's defeated the phenom that is Alex Foxen. Foxen will win €223,900 for his efforts. Congratulations and commiserations, GG. With all eyes on the champion, Alessandro Piccieri has done it, winning over €335,000 for his efforts. Incredible stuff. Can't be giving away his game, but yeah, some of this table talk reminds me of some Irish players for sure.
Yeah.
And of course,
I getcha.
Tony G, Cabral.
I just called this time. Dangerous. Dangerous. Pericoloso.
Pericolo. In Harry Potter, periculum is incantesimo, un incantesimo. Periculum.
Io sono pericoloso. Serve la carta, però.
No pair, no draw, says long office day. Looks like I've missed a fun day. You're just in time, really. Bubble has just been burst. A lot of fun table talk. Come on in, the water's lovely. There's a few sharks in the water, mate, but a lot of splashy pots taking place nonetheless. Mainly because of one man and one man only. Leon.
You look like you can double me up because you have this stake, I have this stake.
If we do it opposite way, it will be better.
Yes, this way.
Opposite.
I'm just asking. I don't know opposite, positive, opposite. I'm just asking. Can you double me up? Yes or no? I go 650, 650. You know, 650. 50 and 6 behind. You see, 3 and 3 makes it 60. 650.
This is brilliant.
This is a huge bet. And
650.
Isu wants to stack off with just a flush draw.
Everything. Alice. Everything. What do you have?
6, 7.
Sirzat just wants to stack off here.
I have nothing. He has everything. Okay, give me a 5 of hearts.
60-40 for
5 of
Leon.
hearts. I need a 5 of hearts.
Pretty big stack off here, Al.
5 of hearts, please. 5 of hearts.
1.9 million in this pot.
5 di cor mi serve. 5 di cor per farlo male, sai? Perché questo va al colore. Con niente se n'è andato dentro. Io ho 2 coppie. Che devo fare io? Una. No, 5 of hearts.
Turn is an 8.
Vai.
An amazing card for Hisu.
9 of hearts.
No, 5 di cor. No.
Hisu with 14 outs as we hit the river.
5.
Oh wow, it is the 5 of hearts.
5 of hearts.
Gives Leon the full house.
Mamma mia, 5 di corri. Mamma mia, hai visto? L'ho chiamato
Oh,
io.
wow.
Bravo, man.
I called it. I
Absolute
said 5
scenes.
of hearts. 5 di corri. I said 5 of hearts, please, for me. And it came. You see that?
Leon
You
has
understand
eliminated a
Italian?
very tough opponent in
understood what you meant.
Sirzat Hisu. We are now playing 5-handed.
Mamma mia. E mi è arrivato, scusa, oh, straniero.
Tom is going to shove. Oh no! Look at this.
Oh wow.
I was going to say I don't overly love Tom's rejam here
much
because he's
is it?
basically going to have no fold equity, but at the same time he is the shortest stack, so it doesn't really apply to him as much.
Yep.
Leon with the monstrous aces at the big blind
Nice.
almost doesn't seem fair.
850. 815.
Though he's gone to Hollywood a little bit, although he'll have over his half his stack in the middle if he just calls.
815. I call.
I actually
What's
wouldn't
attack do
hate
here?
Tom to fold because Bedell only has 5 big
What
blinds
happened to
extra
this
because
big man?
attack has made it 3x
Fold
on
the
the
big
What's
button.
his loss?
I'm glad you
What happened to you? What happened to the big man? What happened to the fish?
In a hand.
What happened to the fish?
Yeah,
The
big
big fish.
Nice.
The big fish. He made the fall. Unbelievable. How can you make this fall?
Yeah.
What happened to the big man? I looked at my eyes. He goes all in. He's 300. I say, hey, come on, just erase me all in. You know, I call. I didn't even go all in. I just go out. Yeah, I said 4th place is also, or 5th place is also a good place.
I can give you.
All right, listen, give him
3 sixes, please.
6, 6, 6. 6.
So his ace is against
Six,
ace
six.
6.
No, 6.
9,
Oh,
5,
nine,
5
nine.
is the
Okay,
flop.
Pick, 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 pick.
Vabbè.
Okay, pick, pick,
Chicas,
pick,
vamos.
pick, pick, pick. Turn is
Nine.
6 for
One
everything.
will be nice.
Okay.
Turn is a
Okay.
spade.
I can
Respeto.
relax.
Oh Lord.
Okay, respeto.
One more
Okay, you
spade
have
would
like,
do it.
18%
Leon
or
seems to be
something.
wanting to double up.
That's enough for
Tom,
me.
18%.
Better than nil.
perhaps he's being a little bit sarcastic. It is the 3 of hearts.
Signore, thank you so much. Thank you. You're wonderful. Thank you.
Nice
4th place is a
answer.
good place. 4th place is also 5th place.
Welcome back to our coverage of day 2 of the ZTO's Art main event at the lovely King's Casino in Rozvadov. Hope you had a nice break. Was just catching up on some of the YouTube chat comments there. I'm actually sort of watching it on Twitch, keeping up to date with the chat there. But yes, there was a comment that Under the Gun played that hand badly. I assume it was referring to the 18 big blind jam from Francis van Uden with Ace Jack of clubs. Yeah, I mean, you know, you could say that was maybe a bit of a misstep. Those sub 20 big blind stacks are sort of always quite awkward. Yeah, I mean, if you're shoving close to 20 bigs under the gun and getting called, then you know you probably are really hoping to be flipping at best with Ace Jack. She was unfortunate to run into Ace King suited, but yeah, I mean, you know, you can get called by hands that you're flipping with, maybe stuff like King Queen suited that you're ahead of. But yes, I mean, off that stack size, you certainly can open and then, you know, leave yourself room to get away from it if you do see people playing back at you. And Sandeep complaining about there not being enough coolers, not enough hands, and people only playing good hands. But you know, unfortunately, in tournament poker, that's quite often the case. Patience is key. But here we go, straight back into the action. I'm sure there'll be some fireworks coming up in this next session. Paulie opening with Ace Queen suited from the hijack, and David Jordan defending the big blind with King 6 of clubs. Top pair for Paulie, second pair for Jordan, and you would think Jordan will be check calling at least one street here. Paulie does continue with a bet of 180,000. And Jordan does check call. Eight of spades on the turn. Paulie still ahead. And Jordan checks it over to him again. Paulie just thinking about what kind of size he wants to go for here. $690 in the pot. And a bet of around 75%, 480,000. Jordan gives Paulie the eye. I think you have to give Paulie credit for aces most of the time here. And Jordan does let it go. Paulie continues to stack up chips and extends his chip lead at the table. Paulie's going to open again with Queen Jack off from under the gun +1. Jordan with Ace 2 of hearts in the small blind. He calls. Dostal with 8-6 in the big blind. And he's going to come along for the ride as well. Queen 10-8 flop, 2 diamonds. Paulie flops top pair. Nobody has connected with the diamonds. Dostal has bottom pair. Action check to Paulie. And he'll come out with a continuation bet. 100,000. 140,000, sorry. Jordan gets out of the way, and I would imagine Dostal will be following suit. And he does quickly let it go. So Paulie almost up to 5.5 million. And it's been smooth sailing for him so far on the stream table. 6-5 suited for Abrechner in the hijack. After being quite busy, he has gone a bit card dead, so he's going to open this to 120,000. Blinds now 30, 60, 60. And Wozniak moves all in from the cutoff for just over 8 big blinds with pocket 8s. Abrechner asks for a count. It's another 6.2 big blinds to him. He's got 36 big blinds behind. This is sort of right on the edge. If it was a 5 or 6 big blind all in, it's probably a call, snap call, but he's going to spin it anyway. And Wozniak will be very pleased to see what he's up against. 75% favourite for the double up. There's a 6 in the window, but Wozniak still ahead on King 10-6. Another king on the turn. So Abrechner down to a 2-outer, needs a 6. And it's the 4 of clubs. So Wozniak doubles up to 1.13 million, just under 20 bigs. And he's right back in it. And yeah, do feel free to get involved in the chat on Twitch, on YouTube. I'll do my best to keep up to date. Ace 9 suited for Wozniak in the hijack. Opens to 125. And the Snowmen are now with David Jordan in the cutoff. And he does call. Just covers Wozniak. And a pocket pair for Paulie in the big blind as well, pocket 5s. Looks like he might be thinking about a 3-bet here. Cut off open and hijack flat. Paulie the big stack. And it's 3-bet to 1.345 million. 22 bigs. Oh, he's just moved all in, putting both players to the test for the rest of their stack. I don't think Wozniak will be interested, but we'll see what Jordan does. Wozniak has a look at the clock. Lets it go. Jordan snap calls, and he's in great shape. could be a big double up for David Jordan. And there is the 8 to give him a set. So Paulie down to running 5s, and the turn is a deuce. Jordan has a lock on the hand, and that's him back up to almost 3 million. Paulie down to 4. So that evens things up quite a bit, and the first bit of adversity for Paulie to deal with since he's moved to the final table. Jordan counting out his very healthy stack. And looks like we have a new player joining us. That is Dmytro Nikolaev of Ukraine, sitting down with 2.7 million. Question from Krieger there. I'm a beginner. What is a 3-bet about actually? So a 3-bet is when there's an open pre-flop, somebody raises, and then somebody re-raises behind them. So for example, Zurzarek is opened to 150,000 here with King Jack. If Paulie raised to say 450, 500,000, that would be called a 3-bet. Paulie elects to just flat in the small blind with the King Jack of diamonds, same hand as the open from Zurzek on the button. So we'll have to see if one or the other can take this away from him. King high flop. Paulie checks it over to Zurzarek. He fires out a bet of 140,000. Paulie check calls. 8 of diamonds is a very interesting card, gives Paulie a flush draw. And he's now free rolling on this hand. Zurzarek checks it back, which does seem to be his strategy, even with top pair, whenever he's c-bet the flop and being called. Turn doesn't necessarily appear to change too much. It does bring in a straight, but he's checked it back, going for the sort of pot control option. And Paulie's going to lead now, but I can't imagine Zerzerek going to be doing any folding, and this should be a chop pot. $420,000, and probably Zerzerek counting out calling chips, and there we go. Both of you take it back. Yeah, it would have been interesting if Zerzerek had a barreled that turn, whether Paulie would have come in with a check raise. But he checked it back, so we didn't get a chance to find out. Let's see what we can find out about Nikolaev. $11,000 in recorded cashes on hand and mob, all of which have been in Rozvadov or EPT Prague, so clearly enjoys playing in the Czech Republic. Action folds to Marek Dostal in the hijack with ace-4 suited. 12 bigs. Decides to go for the open. Queen 9 off for Kolja in the big blind. He'll defend. Ace King 9 flop. Dostal hits top pair. Kolja bottom pair. And he just rips it in, Dostal. 580k overbet. Kolja having a think, but can't see him making the call here. Looks a bit surprised by the jam. Engaging in a bit of chat, trying to get some info out of Dostal. He's thinking about it. A few shakes of the head, and he does eventually let it go. And yeah, so as I mentioned, the top 5 players will get a seat worth €10,350 to day 1A of the main event of the World Series of Poker Europe, which has been held at Rozvadov Kings in Rozvadov for a few years now. That has a 1.5 million guaranteed mini main of 1,350 buy-in, and then the main event is a huge €6 million guarantee. So the top 5 players will get an entry into day 1A of that, and that's a nice little bonus for finishing in the top 5. Parlay with pocket 9s in the cutoff, and he opens to 120,000. Breckner with Jack 6 off in the big. One of those sort of horrible middling hands against the leader positions opens. You know, you just wish that was a 10 or a 9 of hearts to go with it, but he just lets it go. Always going to be pretty difficult to play post flop, even if you do flop well. Down to 66 players now. Started the day with 222, so firing through them reasonably quickly. Kolja with Ace Queen on the button raises to 165,000. Don't think he's going to get any action from a new player at the table, Christian Lichtfried from Austria, playing 1.6 million, and he gets rid of 10-2 of hearts. Lichtfried has a pretty impressive hand and mob, 247,000. Best live cash of 116,000 euros. Sorry, $116,000, and that was for a first place at the Poker European Masters in Velden in 2022. So, and that was a 2,700 buy-in. So, has the 6-figure score ticked off the resume. Jordan opening to 140,000 with Ace 10 under the gun. Folded round to Wozniak in the big blind, and he's got Ace 2, and he just gets rid of it. Hi Apocalypse Sheet, thanks for joining us. Apologies if you were expecting Action Man Dan Rankin. He's off at a wedding this weekend, so I'm standing in his stead. Dostal with Queen Jack of Hearts under the gun. Lets it go off his 16 bigs stack. Apocalypse says he's missing a sword. Anybody can help him out. Wozniak with ace 10 in the small blind raises to 135,000. Jordan's got the Doyle Brunson in the big blind, and I would imagine we'll just let it go. No, he's thinking about it. He does make the call. So Krieger asking, how do poker players get into these games? Do they pay entry fees, and what can they win in such games? Yeah, no, I mean, if you have the entry fee, anybody can come and play. The buy-in for this tournament was €250, and crazy guarantee, massive guarantee of 500,000. The winner of this event will be taking €62,000. So a huge potential return on your 250 investment. And Jordan forces Wozniak to check fold the best hand with a bet of 135,000. So yeah, no, I mean, that's one of the best things about poker. There's no, it's not like playing tennis professionally or something where, if your ranking isn't of a certain level, you're not going to be able to play certain tournaments. In poker, if you have the money for the entry fee, then it's generally open doors. So yeah, if you fancy getting yourself down to King's Casino to experience some live poker, I would definitely recommend it. They have loads of smaller buy-in events with big guarantees, so check out the schedule. Nikolaev with ace-6 middle position. Let's it go. Haven't seen him play a hand yet. Kolja, big yawn. Maybe the last couple of days of poker are taking its toll. Folded round to David Jordan in the small blind, Queen 8. He's going to raise to 140,000, and I don't think Dostal will be defending 10-5, and it does indeed go in the muck. Pocket jacks for Nikolaev. This will be the first time we see him play a pot. Opens to 130,000. Dostal with king 10 in small blind. He calls. Is maybe a bit loose off a 12 big blind stack. Zurzek has king 2 in the big blind. And he makes the call. So we're going 3-way to the flop. Nikolaev in great shape here with his opponents both holding a king. Very interesting flop for Zurzek. Flush draw, up and down straight draw. But also great flop for Nikolaev. Be interesting to see what size he uses here. You would think at least half pop equals small. 155,000. Zurzek produces the check raise to 430,000. Zurzek will have most of the 6-7 from the big blind. Potentially ace 2. Can have all the 4s, 3s and 5s as well. So this is a pretty ugly spot for Nikolaev, and he does just let it go. So that's nice play from Zurzek. Great spot for a check raise, and he followed it through. I don't mind the fold from Nikolaev. I mean, there's going to be a lot of very ugly turns if you call there. Lots of one card straights that Zurzek is just going to have a lot more of. It's going to hit his range far harder. So although he had the best hand at the time, I think understandable. Hi Krieger, you're counting the value of stacks and big blinds. Is that just to have an idea to what extent the player can go around? Yes, I mean, so normally poker players would think of their stacks in terms of big blinds. The ranges of hands that you should be playing from different positions alter depending on your stack size. And then, yes, of course, if a player's getting down towards 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 big blinds, they're going to have to start to make a move pretty quickly. Got an all in a call here. Dostal all in for 11 big blinds with ace 7, being looked up by Paulie in the big blind with king jack of diamonds. Pure 50-50. Paulie flops the flush draw, but Dostal still ahead. Dostal does have the ace of diamonds as well. Jack of clubs on the turn puts Paulie in front, and Dostal is down to 3 outs. Needs an ace on the river. He's up out of his chair looking for that extra 5% that it always gives you, but not this time. 6 of clubs, and that's the end of Dostal. And Paulie scoops in another pot. And Krieger, no need to apologise for the questions. No, please do. Please keep asking away. Always happy to have some crack and banter with the chat. I was told by Dan that the Twitch chat is normally hiving, but it's been quiet today. So yeah, if anybody wants to chip in, feel free. But yeah, the purpose of blinds and the blinds going up is so that, you know, the action can be forced to a certain extent, and you know you're not sitting there for 25 hours on the final day waiting for people to knock each other out. Tournament poker, you need the blind system so that things will eventually come to an end at some point. Paulie completes from the small blind with 10 and 7 off. Nikolaev with ace 4 in the big. Probably a spot where you want to mix raise and check. I don't mind checking back, considering your Paulie has you covered and he is the big stack. But Nikolaev is going to pump it up from the big blind. Raises to 190,000, 3.2, pretty standard size. Maybe even go a bit bigger, 3.5, and that's enough for Paulie to take it down. He shows the ace. Bosniak gets rid of a weak ace in the hijack. King 9 off for Zerzarek in the cutoff. Decides to go for the open. Paulie with King Jack on the button. Definitely a potential 3-bet spot. Cut off against button. Zerzarek hasn't been getting out of line or anything, but he's been reasonably active. So, you know, you wouldn't be necessarily assuming that any open is a top hand, premium hand. And he does go for the 3-bet to 325,000. And I think that will be enough to get rid of Zerzarek. He's given him a bit of an eye. He always seems to like to have a little size up of his opponent before he makes his decisions. But he does just let it go wisely as well because he was dominated. With Paulie in the cutoff leader, he's going to be opening Jack 5 of clubs. Nikolaev, King 9, hearts on the button. Being a potential 3-bet candidate. Paulie's going to be opening quite wide, leader from the cutoff. Yeah, I think I like a 3-bet here. Does just go for the call though. And good timing because Kolja has woken up with ace-queen in the small blind. 21 bigs. I would think this is a fist pump all in. Gives the cards another peek. And he does move all in. And he will get that through. Party certainly won't be interested in Jack 5, and I can't imagine Nikolaev will be with King 9 suited either. And yet, quick fold. One of those hands that played itself. Not too many difficult decisions there for Kolja. Should be getting a new player to fill seat 3 shortly. Queen 10 of clubs for Paulie, another nice hand. And he's going to open again. Blinds are now up to 80,000, so min open is 160. And another ace queen, this time for Abrector, suited as well. 18 bigs. And again, just a easy all in. And I think, again, a pretty easy fold for Paulie. Always frustrating to open 2 hands in a row and get jammed on, but yeah, and he quickly lets his hand go. So that's Abreckner up to 23 big blinds. Shout out to the dealers here at King's, some of the best in the world. Work very hard. Zerzarek now with Queen 10 of clubs. Elects to just let it go. Slightly surprised by that. And Paulie opens for the third hand in a row, King 4 diamonds. Let's see if anybody plays back at him this time. I don't think 8-6 off is going to fall into that category for Kolja. But he's given Paulie the eye, as if to say, I'm getting a bit sick of you opening every hand ahead of me. League Fright with Jack 4 off in the small blind. We haven't seen anything from him yet, and he does fold. Wozniak with Queen 3 off and 7.4 big blinds. It's an awkward one, as he probably doesn't really have any fold equity against Paulie and the big stack, so he does just let it go. If he was playing maybe 11-12 big blinds, he probably would have peeled the flop there, but 7 big blinds decided to just let it go. Hopefully wait for a better spot. Field is now down to 59. So, getting towards the nitty-gritty. Paulie this time with a genuine hand, King Queen. This is the 4th or 5th open in a row from Paulie. And Jordan does defend the Jack 4 off in the big blind. To the flop we go. King in the window. King of hearts, 9 of hearts, 3 of diamonds. And I can't see this being anything other than a check fold versus a third c-bet or so from Paulie. And yep, 145,000 from Paulie, and Jordan quickly folds. And Paulie back up to almost 5.5 million, which was his high point before he doubled up. I think it was Jordan. King Jack for Nikolaev. Early position. Decides to let it go. Lichtfried, we haven't seen him play a hand yet, and he's going to open Queen 8 off from the cutoff. And Wozniak moves all in from the button for 550,000 with Ace 4 suited. Lichtfried's going to ask for the count. Lichtfried has 15 big blinds behind, another 5 to call. I think he has to let this go, third of his stack. Queen 8's just not strong enough, going to be dominated a lot. And he does let it go. Krieger, why did he let the King Jack go? Yeah, I mean, although it's two Broadway cards in early position of 28 bigs, I think Nikolaev had. It's a perfectly reasonable fold. If he was in, say, the hijack or the cutoff, he probably would have opened it. So it's very much a decision based around his stack size and his decision at the table. His position at the table. Certainly not an error. Some people would open it from there off 28 bigs, but it's not really a hand that you can continue with in the face of a 3-bet whenever you're out of position. Decided to wait for a better spot. And we've got an all-in from Lichtfried from the hijack for 15 bigs with King Queen. Jordan has the same hand and has asked for a count. And Jordan does fold. So Lichtfried gets that through, and that's the first pot he's taken down at the feature table. Gets him back up to 18 big blinds. Ollie still well in the lead, 5.2 million compared to the 3 million of David Jordan. So he should really be able to get some pressure on his opponents as we Bosniak. So nursing the short stack, but he's been very patient. Waited for his spots. He's got a couple of all-ins through. He's 10 to go to a 10 button. This would be anything like 29 big blind. He's 170,000. Nikolaev in the big blind. This is an interesting spot. Nice big flat call, but 3-bet is definitely a potential there. Big blind against button. So direct top pair and 10-4-2. And Nikolaev also has bottom pair. So you can put into the middle here. Nikolaev takes it across, and Bergerac continues with a bet of 175,000. Nikolaev has the ball. One here anyway. If we potentially thinking about a check who is. Decides to just call. So we go to a turn. 8 of clubs doesn't change anything, although makes the board double flush draw. Nikolaev unblocking diamonds, so definitely makes it more likely that Zuzarek could be barreling with the flush draw and Nikolaev's ahead. As we can see, he's got top pair and Nikolaev is in trouble. Zuzarek's bet 325,000. About 40%. And this is a tough spot now for Nikolaev, because if he calls, there's going to be a lot of unpleasant rivers, diamonds, any Broadway card apart from the ace, and he does just decide to let it go. And that's a good fold. On to the next hand. Hand number 78. Ace 2 of clubs for Jordan in the hijack. makes it 175 to go. Nikolaev with ace-8 in the small blind. Decides to get rid of it. Awkward hand to play out of position against an aggressive player who has you covered. Even if the flop comes ace high, if you're faced with a double barrel, it all of a sudden looks very, very small. Another weak ace for Jordan. And does decide to open it despite the fact it's unsuited. Zerzurek with a far better ace. Ace 10 in the hijack. Very similar stacks. Jordan just has Zerzurek covered. And looks like he's gone for the re-raised 375. A very interesting spot for Parley with 9s in the cutoff in the face of this action. And decides to just let it go. Another weak ace for Nikolaev. He gets out of the way, as do the players in the blind. And Jordan quickly folds as well. So Zerzurek takes that one down with a nice bit of pre-flop aggression. Folded round to Nikolaev in the cutoff. He gets rid of King 3 off. Ace 8 for Abrechner in the small blind. 20 bigs. I think he covers Lickfried in the big. Yep, he does. Lickfried also has an ace, and he jams after Abrechner completes. Very quick jam after looking at his cards. And it's a bit of a rough spot for Abrechner. I assume he was completing for the purpose of hoping to induce worse hands to jam. But given the speed with which Lickfried looked at his cards and just ripped it in there, did look pretty strong. And Abrechner does fold the best hand, so Lickfried will be delighted with that. Abrechner trying to get some information out of him afterwards. Yeah, these awkward stack sizes could be tough. I mean, I think personally, I probably would have made the call there. I mean, I think Lickfried is going to be ripping, King Queen, King Jack, Queen Jack suited. Plenty of hands that a middling Ace X is against. He probably also is going to be ripping all the better aces as well, but obviously you're blocking Ace X, so it's tough spot. Nikolaev opening to 180,000 from the hijack with Ace Jack off. Abreckner with Ace 2 of clubs on the button. Doesn't get fancy. Wozniak with 8-9 off. 9.5 bigs behind. I don't think he'll be getting involved in this. And he does fold. Nikolaev probably happy enough to take that one down. I think that's the first hand he's won since he sat down, so he'll be hoping to get things going in the right direction again. Wozniak with Ace King in the small blind. And he's going to raise off his 9 big blind stack to 180,000, but he'll be disappointed to see that Jordan's got absolute trash in the big blind. So he was never getting any action. Frustrating for Wozniak. Picking up a hand like Ace King in it off a short stack and just seeing it get folded round to you in the small blind. Going to be very unlikely that the big blind has any kind of hand. Cowboys for Nikolaev. I think we're due a aces versus kings or kings versus queens cooler, aren't we? I don't think we've really. I think the worst we've had is ace king against ace queen thus far. Nikolaev opens to 180,000. Bastian Virtue in the big blind folds 10-2. And player at the table. He's got around 40,000 on his hand and mob, best live cash of 10,000. And again, clearly loves kings at Rosvadov. Nearly all his cashes are from there. So obviously one of his favourite spots to play poker, and who can blame him? It is a fantastic venue, great tournaments. David Jordan raises to Queen 9 with Queen 9 from the button. Zerzurek with Jack 4 in the big blind, and he just sends it into the muck. Another one of those hands where it's going to be difficult to defend out of position, difficult to realise your equity. So he decides to take the route of keeping things simple and giving up the big blind. Few raggy aces folded. Comes around to Kirku on the button with Queen 10 off, playing 25 bigs. Easy open. Oh, and Zerzek's woken up with pocket jacks in the small blind. Definite 3-bet spot. Will be unlikely he'll get any action from Kirku. And he raises to 425,000. Small. Kirku's going to think it over. All German battle. He does decide to continue. So we're going to a flop. Heads up. Small blind against button. And Kirku smashes that flop. Top 2 pair. Queen of spades, 10 of diamonds, 3 of diamonds. But it still looks like a reasonably good board for Zerzurek. Only 1 overcard to his pair. And he will continue after having 3-bet pre-flop. And I think this is call from Kirku. Want to keep in all Zerzurek's bluffs and weaker hands, exactly like Jack's. 9 of clubs turn is a very interesting card. Gives Zerzurek an up and down and some extra outs. So now any king, any jack, any 8 would send the pot to Zerzurek. And he's deciding to go for it. Wow, he moves all in and gets snapped. Wow. And he smiles when he sees Kirku's holding. Still has outs to get out of it, 23%. Needs to hit this river to stay. And he does. 8 of clubs sends Kirku to the rail. That is a brutal river. Absolutely brutal river for Kirku. And he's straight out the door. Fortune favours the brave sometimes. And that's one of those, yeah, just really, you know, sort of horrible hand for both players, really. Sort of played itself once Zerzarek turns the up and down. You know, it's going to be very difficult for him to fold, get away from that. He decided to really put the pressure on, ran into a better hand, but got there on the river. And it can be a cruel game sometimes. I think maybe whenever Zerzarek is called and sees what he's up against, whenever he jams the turn, he's probably regretting not making his 3-bet size a bit bigger from the small blind. He, you know, effectively priced Kirku in with the Queen 10 off, but it worked out in the end for him. Paulie with 9-5 suited in the small blind. This could be a complete aura raise. He's got the chip advantage, so he goes for the raise. 3 big blinds, 240,000. Nikolaev with Queen 7. I think this. I was going to say, I think that probably is a hand you have to defend against the small blind raise, but Nikolaev decides to let it go. And yeah, things continuing to progress pretty smoothly for chip leader Paulie. Abreckner with 5s under the gun. Gets a go off 20 bigs. Jordan raises to 180,000 with Queen 10 off in the hijack. Paulie got a pretty looking Queen 9 suited on the button. Looks like he's thinking about a 3-bet. He does go for it. 450,000. Correctly identifying that Jordan has been, you know, opening quite a lot of hands. Quite an aggressive player, so his range is going to be wide from the hijack. Jordan doesn't even think about it, quickly calls. So he has Paulie dominated at the moment. But wow, what a flop for Paulie. Top pair and the flush draw on 9, 7, 6 of spades. Gut shot for Jordan. But I think this is a 25-30% c-bet spot. You don't want to lose Jordan, but you also want to get some chips in the middle. Maybe it's so good with the flush draw that he might decide to check it back and keep it in, but I think it is a bet. Looks like he's Going quite big. 3-bet pot, yep. Just under half pot, 550. But that's enough to force Jordan to fold his gut shot. Yeah, I mean, it's an awkward spot. I mean, I think Pauli's hoping Jordan has like tens or something there, and he might just get it in. Jordan straight back at it with ace-8 off from middle position. And looks like we could have another tangle between these two. Parley with Queen Jack, but no, he gives Jordan a wee wry smile and lets it go. Breckner, King 2 suited in the big blind. He'll defend. That's heads up to the flop. Breckner with 18 bigs behind. Jordan with 30. Jordan's still ahead, but both of them miss the Jack 10 of 4 flop. But Breckner quickly check folds versus a quick c-bet from Jordan. Who has the range advantage, so good spot to follow up with a c-bet. And that gets the job done. Down to 50 players now. 50 out of 1,765 total entrants. Pauly with pocket sixes in the hijack. Min opens to 160,000. Leaked Fright with Jack 10 in the big blind. And he'll defend in the big blind, 15 bigs behind. Ace, Jack flop. Leaked Fright ahead, but he'll definitely be worried about the aces. Normally on these paired boards, you want to bet small. And he does. Let's go for a single big blind. Leaked Fright definitely won't be folding, but he will be concerned about the aces. Leaked Fright does check call. Nine of hearts on the turn. Good card for Leitfried doesn't. Oh, is he going to lead? I was about to say he doesn't really have any option apart from check calling again, but he does take the lead. Parley not going anywhere. 8 of clubs on the river. Check mark is with Leitfried. And he decides to check, and he'll be delighted to see Parley check behind. It was interesting lead on the turn there. Parley and Zerzarek still out in front. 5.4, 5.1 million. Good for 69 and 64 big blinds respectively. Blinds now 50, 100, 100. Or going up to 50, 100, 100. King 9 suited for Parley, and he will be opening that again. Nikolaev folds a weak ace. And everybody else gets out of the way. Parley really leveraging his stack well, and if he starts waking up with premium hands, then you would think it's only a matter of time before somebody starts taking him on with worse. Again, King 10 off from under the gun 1. And Nikolaev with the rockets. $19 big blinds. Probably can 3-bet here. Rather than just jamming. And he does go for The re-raise to 525,000. Wozniak with a suited ace in the small blind. Short stack on 6.5 bigs, but in the face of this action, that hand shrinks considerably. I think he probably will be able to get away from this. And he does fold, as does Jordan in the big blind, and I think Parley will quickly get rid of King 10 as well. Yeah. Seems a very solid, competent player, Parley, just confident, knows what he's doing, quick decisions. And there will come a point in time where his table mates just get sick of Parley opening every hand, and will start to play back at him with maybe the lower end of their 3-bet ranges, or start trying to produce a few 3-bet bluffs depending on the positions at the table. King 8 suited for Wozniak on the button, less than 7 bigs. I think this probably has to go in, and it does. Oh, and Jordan's woken up with rockets in the small blind. This is brutal. He just calls. Zerzarek isn't going to get involved with Queen 5. I think he's just checking whether Jordan just called, and Wozniak sees the bad news. %15 equity. Let's see if he can pull out a bit of a miracle here. And ace in the window to give Jordan top set. Wozniak has a pair of kings, but he's turned the flush draw, but he bricks the 5 of spades river, gives Jordan a fist pump, and takes his leave. Played a short stack well, grinded it as best he could. Don't think he could have really done much differently. And Jordan very pleased with life at the moment. Ace Jack of Hearts for Nikolaev under the gun. He makes it 225,000. Doesn't look like he's going to get any action, and just folded round. So yes, I think there'll be a break at the end of this level and then 2 more levels before we finish up for the night. And then stream coverage resumes at 2:30 tomorrow Central European time for the final day, where we will play down to a winner. See who can get their hands on that 62,000 top prize. Pocket nines for Lichtfried. He'll open off 18 bigs. Ace 2 of clubs for Nikolaev in the big blind. He does defend. $600k in the pot, heads up. Great flop for Lichtfried, 8 high, has the overpair with the 9s. Only backdoor, flush and wheel draws for Nikolaev. I think Lichtfried just asked if Nikolaev had checked, and he shook his head and is now going to lead out. Flop does favour the big blind defend range. 200,000 lead, but it's not going to work. Lichtfried with the overpair, and he does move all in, and there's nothing Nikolaev can do apart from make a quick fold. And that takes Lichtfried up to 24 big blinds. So he's finally starting to get a wee bit of momentum. Started to pick up some hands after a quiet start whenever he joined the table. That looks like a new player has joined us. I think this is Nathaniel Eladan from Israel. Tens for Abreckner under the gun with 13 bigs. I think this is an all in, and he does just move all in. Lichtfried quickly folds Queen Jack of Hearts. Might get some action from Jordan with Ace Jack of Diamonds, but he will be concerned about the jam coming from under the gun. He asks for the count. For about a third of his stack, Jordan playing 36 bigs. And he does make the call. Here is Eladan. He gets out of the way. Eladan playing 3.4 million. Called you with King Queen in the big blind, 11 bigs, but I think given that action, hard to imagine a spot where you're good against two people. Guess they could have tens and jacks and you can be flipping, but yep, understandably folds. And we're off to the races. Abreckner the slight favourite, Ace in the window for Jordan. And Abreckner's going to need a 10 or runner for the straight. Nine of hearts on the turn, and he's down to 2 outs on the river. And the 6 of spades completes the board, and Abreckner is eliminated. Unfortunate for him, he played well, had a sort of reasonable start to the session, but then went a bit card dead, and ultimately got his 13 big blinds in with pocket 10s, but came off the worst of it. Jordan certainly seems to be the player who's most willing to get his chips in the middle, try to make something happen. It'll be very interesting if him and Paulie get involved in any big hands, any sort of cooler type scenarios. They are the big stacks, and they've tangled a couple of times thus far, so could potentially be fireworks there. Paulie, ace 10 from the cutoff, and that's certainly going to be within his opening range. Nikolaev, ace king on the button. Moves all in, not wanting to get fancy with 3 bets off 21 big blinds, and Party just snap folds, always seems to know where he is. Pretty easy fold, I guess, with ace 10, but you know, he knows that, and he just sends it straight to the muck, no messing around. Has played very well thus far. He's queen for Nikolaev now in the cutoff. Called you. The ace 9 on the button, 10 bigs. And I think you can send this, you're going to be ahead of a lot of King X, Queen X that are opening. Even stuff like, you know, Jack 10 suited, Jack 9 suited, Jack 8 suited, you know, are going to be opening from the cutoff potentially. But he does find a good fold, and he's done well to avoid an exit there. King, Queen of diamonds for Jordan. He has approached these spots quite aggressively from the big blind. He does go for the 3-bet. 5-2-5, but again a small size. A lot of the 3-bets out of position here. at the table today have been very small sizes, which isn't something you often see. Normally the accepted thought process would be that you're out of position, you want to make it a bit bigger. But Nikolaev does lay it down. That is, yeah, it's an interesting fold. I mean, I think all options are on the table there. He can certainly 4-bet jam against an aggressive player like Jordan. And you know, we've seen that, you know, Jordan's not scared to get his chips in the middle. You wouldn't necessarily assume that he's snap folding stuff like Ace Jack suited to a jam there. So that's interesting from Nikolaev. He's 5 suited for Pauli. Early position. Min raised to 200,000. New player Simone Pegolotti from Italy. I believe he's sitting down with 1.2 million. David Jordan flats in the small blind with 7-6 off, which I think is getting a wee bit out of line against Pauli, who is the player at the table who can do the most damage. And that flat forces Eladan to come along with 7-2 of clubs in the big blind. Jack 6-5 flop. Jordan ahead with second pair. Pauli bottom pair. Eladan just backdoors. Jordan leads out from the small blind with a bet of 225. Eladan quickly folds. Don't think Pauli will be folding here with backdoors. I think he'll want to peel a turn and see what comes. And he does make the call. Weak glance at Jordan. Wow. Another 5 on the turn. Pauli's just praying that Jordan has a jack here, but we can see that he doesn't. Jordan fires again. 5 pairing the board does make it less likely that Pauli has it, but he's got the goods. 380. I think this is again just a call. You want to keep all of Jordan's bluffs in. If he's got a jack, yeah, he'll probably call a raise, but if he's got 6x, he may not. If he's got stuff like 7-8, he might not call a big raise. Looks like he is reaching for raising chips. mean, Paulie, he's raised the 9-2-5. I mean, he clearly hopes Jordan has a jack. It's definitely unusual for Jordan to lead out three-way on the flop with just a 6. So, I mean, you would think the jack should be more likely, and that it, should be difficult for him to fold a jack in the face of this raise, but wow, Jordan sticks around. With the 7-6, and Paulie is in dreamland right now. King of clubs. Jordan does now shut down and check. Paulie shouldn't really have any King X apart from King Jack and Kings, the way this hand was played. But I'm just not sure how Paulie gets anything more out of Jordan here. I think any kind of bet. Any kind of substantial bet makes it very difficult for Jordan to call. $1.875 million. Just under 2/3 of the pot. Oh wow, now he does make the call. And Paulie gets max value there, well played. It did just feel like there maybe had been a wee bit of a dynamic building up between these two, and that they were bound to clash at some point. I mean, Jordan will definitely be regretting flatting the 7-6 off in the small blind. That's a really interesting hand. Thank you to Bird for taking care of the modding today on the Twitch channel. Much appreciated. He's just said he's heading off to get some beauty sleep. No worries, don't blame you. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Thanks for all your help today. So yeah, Paulie stretching out his lead over the rest of the table, up to 8.6 million. 86 big blinds. And yeah, no, a very interesting hand there. I'm not sure about Jordan's flat pre and then his lead out three-way on the flop. Put him in an awkward spot. I can understand him not giving Paulie credit for a king on the river, but turn raise was enough to send the warning signs or the warning alarms ringing in Jordan's head. Pegalotti with pocket tens, and he moves all in for 13 bigs from the hijack. And doesn't look like he's going to get any action. And we are on to hand 100. King Jack of Diamonds for Nikolaev under the gun. And lets it go. Again, as a result of his stack size and early position at the table. I mean, if he was playing 40 bigs, he probably would have opened it, but pocket sixes for Eladan on the button. Easy open. This will be the first time we see him in a hand. Let's see what his hand and lob is like. Almost 230,000. Wow. Best live cash of 187,000. Oh wow, and that's from winning a circuit main event, WSOP circuit main event this year, January 2025 in Rozvadov. So clearly in good form and feels very comfortable at Kings. So this will be a man to watch out for. Defeated Adrian Kazaku heads up, who's an excellent player. Kolja thinking about King Jack offsuit under the gun off 10 bigs. I think it is a fold, but he is thinking about it. And he limps, interesting. Limps under the gun. Does look super strong, limping under the gun off 10 bigs. Zurzek with juices on the button. Wondered does he see if he can see a cheap flop, but no, he gets rid of it. Parley will complete in the small blind with Queen 8 off, and Nikolaev has the same hand, Queen 8 of hearts. So Kolja in good shape. See what the flop brings. 4 of spades, 4 of diamonds, ace of hearts, and you would think any kind of bet from Kolja here will be enough to take it down. He checks though. Nine of clubs. Nikolaev going to have a stab at it now. And Kolja folds the best hand. I mean, I really think Kolja should have had a stab at that flop. You know, limping under the gun looks strong. Ace high flop. You've got the range advantage. Although not ideal with a low paired board and both blinds in the hand with you. Action folds to parley on the button, and although he's been active, he's not going to extend that to opening 8-4 off on the button. Nikolaev, Queen 7 in the small blind, covers Kolja in the big, who's playing around about 8 or 9, I think, bigs. Nikolaev completes. Kolja quickly checks 4-2 suited. And any kind of lead from Nikolaev here should do the job. He's going to be limping a lot of ace-x, a lot of king 10, a lot of jack 10. Kolja now taking a stab at it. And it works. Well done. David Jordan mixing it up with 4-3 suited from under the gun +1 off 20 bigs. Zuzarek with 7s in the hijack. Goes for the 3-bet. To 500,000. Oh, Jordan does peel. Is this maybe getting slightly tilted, or this may be the end of David Jordan? 9 of clubs, 6 of spades, 4 of clubs, pair of 4s for Jordan, but Zuzarek ahead with a pair of 7s. If Jordan feels like Zuzarek's going to be c-betting ace king, ace queen, ace jack, king, queen, etc. on these boards. It wouldn't surprise me to just see him jam all in, and that is exactly what's happened. He's check jammed all in, and Zuzarek only has second pair, but there's going to be, he's unblocking the clubs. It doesn't feel like it's likely that Jordan has 8s, 10s. Don't think he check jams top set. May check jam. Set of 4s, set of 6s. But does feel like he's maybe just been getting a wee bit frustrated. Doesn't look like Zuzarek likes it though. Bit of a sigh there, counting out his chips. It's another 1.2 million. Zuzarek has 3.7 behind. Yeah, he makes the call. Good call. So 4 or 3 needed for Jordan, 18%. Ten of hearts. And the king of hearts on the river. And that is the end of David Jordan. Certainly came here prepared to play. Put a lot of people in some tough spots with his aggression, so I'm sure there will be people at the table who will be glad to see the back of him. Tough opponent, but felt like he might have been getting a wee bit frustrated at the end there. And his compatriot is the beneficiary of that. Zuzarek. Jack 10 for Cooljaw on the button. 9 bigs. Folds. Pocket 7s for Pegolotti in the small blind. 13 bigs. Probably isn't all in yet. And he will get that through Leaked Fried's King 2 in the big blind. I think this is the last hand before the final break of the day, and then after the break we will have 2 more 45-minute levels, and that will be us for the night. Ace King for Pauli. Opens to 200,000. Looks like he might not get any action. Oh wow, my goodness. Eladan waking up with rockets in the big blind. Last hand before the break. Everybody else already up out of their seats and left the table. Three bets to 575,000. And I mean, from Pauli's point of view, I mean, this is always going to be a strong hand of some description. A 3-bet from the big blind of 33 bigs versus the table big stack. Last hand before the break. So Pauli may tread cautiously here and just elect to peel and see what the flop brings. Equally, an all-in is just as possible. He won't be folding, that's for sure, but it'll be interesting to see how he approaches this. And he goes for the 4-bet to 1.15, 12 big blinds. Six more for Eladan to call. And he does just get it in. Decides Pauli must have a hand that he can call off. And Pauli does quickly make the call, and he's going to see the bad news. He smiles, puts his head in his hands, lets out a big sigh. Is there going to be any miracle escape? 7% equity, and down to running kings after the 8-3-6 flop. 4 diamonds turn, and that is a full double up for Nathaniel Eladan. The last hand before the break. Massive pot, and puts him up to 6.7 million. 67 big blinds, just behind Zerzarek in the lead. And that is the 15-minute break. Do stay with us. We'll see you on the other side. Enjoy a cup of tea, and I'll be back with you shortly.
Final table. And then I played one more and then never played again.
I win one time Sunday Million.
You win? I have
Yes.
never won Sunday Million.
Yeah.
No, I have a third.
I win then, but the buying's 215. Before,
2-4.
I think, 2017 or 18? Before, 6-7 years ago.
It was like 200K or what?
165 with deal.
Okay.
Three-way with deal, yeah.
Says Rod Hissu, the German poker player. In recent years, he is mostly focused on high stakes, high roller tournaments.
It's a fairly good thing to focus on. Did Mustafov just say he played the Sunday Million once and won it for 200,000?
That's what you did, man.
That's certainly something to do.
Play it once, you win it.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the point? Why waste time if you're not going to win, right? I mean,
I've been doing it all wrong, Tuckman.
you definitely
I've been
have.
wasting a lot of time.
Jesse Sylvia alongside me, the runner-up in the 2012 World Series of Poker main event. Still yet to win a bracelet.
Still yet to win a bracelet. But having second in the main event means that I've got a slight one up on Nicholas in one department in poker. And only one.
This is event 12. We have awarded a lot of bracelets over in Rosvedov, as you might expect.
15. 15.
Hisu coming at it with some very small sizes so far. Small 3-bet again out of position, and then quite the tiny c-bet. This is actually going to keep Nicholas in the pot. He's going to speculate with some backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw type of hand. Oh,
Backdoor 2-pair, backdoor trips.
yeah. Or front door 1 pair and pay off a couple more bets, which he wasn't looking to do.
No, listen, this is online legend.
This is
He
some
he doesn't make
classic
one pair
9-8
and pay
run out.
off.
Yeah, I got you.
It's going to be running nines and get paid to the max.
I could see it.
65.
Okay, now Hisu puts the hammer down. Nice little 60, 70% bet size. Love to see it.
Unfortunately for Ostead, I should say, maybe just a little bit too much hand to fold at this point.
No, you don't really float the 9 high to turn top pair and fold it.
Right. And he does make the call. Pot now 228,000. Welcome to the party. Lane of 900. So running diamonds got there. I was trying to think of some hands that Hisu might be bluffing here.
Yeah, diamonds are certainly in the mix there. Something like a king, queen, king, jack of diamonds. King 10 of diamonds, jack 10 of diamonds. All of these hands exist when you only have low diamonds on the board. Something that Nicholas will definitely have to consider.
Yeah, that white chip is 100,000. And he is going to not take very long to pay him off. So small bet on the flop. Keep Nicholas along. And Hisu now back up to starting stack. Leading 900, losing about 25% of his stack. A lot with each other.
I'd have to guess so.
I mean,
I don't
you
know.
said that she played, what, 15 million hands?
Yeah, but those were at cash.
Good point.
Yeah, so I don't know. Lena's kind of known as the end boss of the
Right.
tournament streets. I don't know how much cash is playing. Whereas Chrissy was playing mostly cash. I know that she shifted her game over and mostly plays online tournaments now, but
Yeah, the 4 he said.
I have 4.
4. Big fold.
Big fold.
So Fox and raising under the gun.
If you know, you know.
The big blind defends. Oh, hello.
This is his favorite game.
Hello.
look at this flop.
Favorite game.
Yeah.
Just planting.
Now, Foxen does have a 10 of clubs in her hand.
She does. Also,
My
these
hand is
monotone
very bad
flops
for
are
call.
ones that you want to be very
Some
careful
balls
in your approach. Certainly have to respect
should do
the
power
fact
down.
that both players have a large number of flushes.
Call. Oops.
Talk just finds the raise. Oh, I'm sorry. He found the call. This is very tricky by him. Unfortunately for him,
Let's see.
I think it's quite likely that Chrissy checks back the turn. She has the type of hand that puts in a little bit of money and unimproved would like to just see showdown. So if he knew that, he would prefer to have check raised, but
This is his game within the game, you know?
And she does check it back, as you predicted. And
oh, wow.
yeah. Wow. It's a funny game, this is.
Azak finds the check, too.
Wow. This is so cool.
This is going to make him the maximum. If he came with a big bet, she might just call, just in case he has the flush.
Well, the question is, does she pay off the check raise?
I'd have to, with the 10 of clubs, I'd have to imagine so.
King Jack.
She might even, given the fact that she checked back that, is this a...
She just went more than pot.
What was the
She went 75 into 43.
Okay, now maybe she finds a fold versus the check raise. Not saying she does, but it's a possibility.
Caller.
Is he just calling?
Well, look, yeah, I was going to say, does he ever just call this, though?
I mean, the way he's talking, he must just be calling. Wow.
I think she lost less by betting more.
Yeah, absolutely she did. If she bet 40,000, he was going to make it 200.
And then she's just hating it.
Yeah. I got home that night. Did you really have to make the second 3-bet? Was that really necessary? Atak has had a number of good starting hands since we've tuned in. It's always interesting to me to see how players respond to that. Do they think he's just getting wild? Because they haven't seen many of his hands at Showdown. They don't know if he's just getting out of line or if he just has picked up the Queen Jack suited 9 times. It turns out he has just sort of picked up pretty decent hands a number of times.
Yeah. And hits top pair. How's that with second pair? I find early on in these tournaments, it can be quite frustrating to pick up big hands early.
Yes.
Just 'cause
absolutely.
It's hard to get much with them. In your mind, you're thinking, can you save these for later on when they're more useful?
I mean, we've all had that day where we make 4 sets on level 1. People just check fold the first 3 times. We run into a flush the 4th time, and then we don't make a hand for the rest of the night. Unbelievably frustrating sequences.
So, some chips go in the pot on the flop. Do they happen on the turn as well? With Queen Jack on what is a pretty wet board now. You get 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. Couple of straight draws out there. And sure enough, Attack gonna bet once again, this time 31,000. So 31 into 42.
Yeah, I quite like this from Attack. There is a number of draws that he could have and continue to barrel. So you, of course, want to mix in as many value hands as is possible. Nicholas going to get stubborn here.
Down. Oh, hello.
Look at that card. The offsuit 9.
And what's the play here? I mean, are you still checking it? And he does.
Yeah, and for Attack, this starts to become a bit thin, running the triple barrel with this hand. Of course, it's still a reasonable 3rd barrel.
When the fact that hearts and diamonds missed, the straight draws missed, does it make it a little bit more appetizing to put a value bet out there?
Absolutely. You feel as though your opponent's going to be compelled to call with just about every queen, a number of 7s.
And now we'll turn our attention to the other side of the table. And is this enough hand to check raise?
I think versus this size, my answer would be certainly. Now, if my opponent went, you know, well over pot, maybe 1.5 the size of the pot, I might feel like, okay, we'll just call and play it safe. But against a size like this, you just feel as though your opponent has 1 pair at best.
And look at that.
Wow.
The check raise from Alina. The quick call from attack, and there's the bad news. And look at that. So you mentioned like a ton of hands for attack, picking up hand after hand, and still he's now below starting. And Lena all smiles as he gets a lot back.
Welcome back to King's Casino for the final 2 levels of day 2 of the ZTO's Art main event. Just recovered from that brutal hand at the end of the last session, last hand before the break. Parley ran Ace King into Nathaniel Eladan's aces in the big blind. All the money went in pre, and there was no unlikely escape for Parley. So Eladan, who is a World Series of Poker circuit event winner, now up there with Zurzarek at the top of the standings. And quite a big difference between the top 3 and the rest of the field there at the table. 20 big blind difference between Nikolaev in 4th and Parley in 3rd. So those guys will really be looking to put the pressure on these short stacks here in this final session. Kolja's been nursing a short stack for quite a while, and he will have to make a move sometime soon. I think the blinds will be going up to 6120 whenever we restart. Seems to be just a bit of a delay while we get ready to get going. "37 players left. I would say we'll lose a reasonable amount in this last session. Might get down to final 3 tables maybe for the start of the final day tomorrow. Folded round to Christian Liegfried on the button, ace-5 of clubs. Raises to 240,000. Eladan, having had aces against Ace King in the last hand before the break, now has Ace King in the small blind in the first hand back. He 3-bets to 785,000. Zerzurek gets rid of Queen 10 of diamonds in the big. And I don't think Leakfried will be playing back at Eladan here. It is the classic solver 4-bet bluff hand, but the problem is Leakfried doesn't really have any fold equity with his 14 big blind remaining stack. Leakfried thinking it through, but that looks like he's getting ready to fold, and he does. Oh, puts the cards back over the reader and eventually sends them into the muck. Folded to Eladan on the button with 7-4 off. Gets rid of that. And Zerzurek gives Pauli a walk. Looks like we've got 2 new players joining the table. Seat 1 is Don Andriu from Lithuania, playing 3.1 million. And seat 2 is Jico, also from Romania, playing 4.6 million. So some reasonable sized stacks have come in there, which should make things interesting. King 10 for Zerzurek on the button. opens to 260,000, and Nikolaev with pocket eights in the big blind, 18 big blinds. I think this is a pretty clear 3-bet jam. And he does move all in. And I can't imagine Zurzarek going to be making the call here, but he asked for the count. And he does get out of the way. 19 bigs, too much. And Nikolaev will be happy enough to take that one down pre-flop. King 8 off for Eladan in the hijack. He opens to 250,000. Kolja defends the Jack 6 off in the big blind. I think he might be saying to Eladan he hasn't looked at his cards. Not quite sure what they're discussing there. King, king, queen flop for Eladan. Trip kings. You would think. I was going to say maybe a spot for Eladan to check back because it's going to be difficult to get more chips in the middle. You would have thought if Kolja had any kind of decent hand, he would have stuck it in pre. And Eladan continuing to stack up chips. He's only been on an upward curve since he sat down at the table. Beneficiary of huge cooler against Powley with aces against ace king. Ace jack for Lichtfried under the gun. And folds off 14 big blinds. Pocket sevens for Andrew. First hand we will see him get involved in since he sat down at the table. Makes it 250,000. Doesn't look like he'll get any action. Pelicotti with suited one gapper, 8-6 of diamonds. 11 bigs. And elects to just let it go. King Jack for Zurzarek. Middle position. Opens to 250,000. Nine six suited for Lichtfried in the big blind. He defends. Top pair for Zurzarek on the King 7-3 flop. Nothing really to keep Lichtfried interested. Small c-bet from Zurzarek here. 275,000. And a quick fold from Lichtfried. So all players are now guaranteed a €1,400 payout. $35 left. Just went up to a pay jump. $10-9 suited for Zurzarek. He likes to let it go. Parley with ace-5 in middle position. And he'll open to 240,000. Right, 225,000, sorry. Pegolotti's just been completely card dead since he sat down. Hasn't had any kind of hand that he can get involved with. Lead treat with ace-4 off in the small blind. Decides to call off 10-11 big blind stack. Andrew gets out of the way in the big blind, so heads up. Harley in a dominating position at the moment. 10-7-6. Harley still ahead, but both players missed. Harley checks it back. 6 of spades. Turn pairs the board. And a chop is now looking very likely. Liegfried takes the opportunity to lead out with a bet of 300,000. Board definitely favours the small blind flat range. And Party lets it go. And that puts Liegfried back up to 15, 16 big blinds and out of the immediate danger zone. Harley with King Jack in middle position. Raises to 240,000. Oh, and Pegolotti has finally woken up with a hand, and it's the best hand possible. Pocket aces. Only thing you can do is rip it in. It just looks too strange to be 3-betting off a 10 big blind stack. screams absolute premium. And he has went for the 3-bet. And I think this just results in a snap fold from Parley. Just looks so strong. Non all-in 3-bet size off 10 bigs. And yeah, just snap fold from Parley. He knows the score. Not saying he would have called if Pegalotti had just jammed, but yeah, Parley easily gets away from that. Jack 8 suited for Kolja. Sub 5 big blind stack. This may be it. Nope, decides to let it go. Andrew with Queen 4 suited on the button. Haven't seen him in action yet. Has a quick glance at the clock. Raises to 255,000. And that should be enough against Elidan's 9-4 off. And he does get it through. Elidan still sitting pretty at the top of the standings at this table. 7.4 million, good for 62 big blinds. And him and Zurzarek have almost 43% of the chips at the table. King Queen for Kolja, and he sticks his final 525,000 into the middle. 4.4 big blinds. Let's see if he gets any action. Been very patient. Andrea folds king 6 of diamonds. Eladan with ace 10 in the small blind, and he may well look up the Ukrainian. And he does make the call. Zerzarek will get out of the way with Jack 8 in the big blind, I would imagine. And he does so. So Coulter's going to need some help to stay in this. Disappointed to see he's against the ace, but still smiling. Looked a bit like Robert De Niro there when he smiled, no? And it is an ace high flop, but Kolja does have the gut shot. Eladan does have one of his outs. 8 of spades turn, so it's a 10 or nothing for Kolja. And it's the 5 of clubs on the river. Kolja shakes hands with Pelagotto and wishes the rest of the table best of luck. Nice deep run from him. Feel like he played pretty well with the short stack. Was always around the bottom of the counts, but managed to stick around for a long time. And Eladan just keeps adding to that stack. Ace Jack of hearts for Leakfried, middle position, 15 bigs. Pulls the hoodie up over his head, which normally indicates they're going to get involved, and he does open 255,000. Round to Paulie in the big blind, and he just gets rid of 6-2 off. So no action for Leakfried there. So around about another hour of play left in the day. All of these players will be hoping to navigate their way through to the final day. Starts at 2:30 p.m. Sorry, our stream coverage will start at 2:30 p.m. Central European Time on a 30-minute delay, as with today. Andrew gets rid of ace 5. 7-6 suited for Eladan in the cutoff. Clear open. Such a pretty hand, those suited connectors. I just love them. 7-6, 9-10, 8-9, Jack 10. I'll be surprised if Nikolaev defends 6-4 off, and he does duly give it up. And Eladan almost up to 8.5 million. Nine six suited for Zurzarek in the cutoff. Lets it go. Folds to parley on the button with 8-7 off. And he's going to go for the open. Nikolaev with King Queen in the small blind. Seems like a clear 3-bet spot. Only question is whether it's all in or a non-all in size. Decides to just flat. And wow, Pegalotti has woken up with Big Slick in the big blind. He did produce a non-all-in 3-bet size of 10 big blinds with aces, but you would think with this is just an all-in, and he does indeed move all in for 14 bigs. Paulie gets out of the way easily. Nikolaev with a bit of a tough spot. I mean, it does look like the perfect spot for Pegalotti to squeeze light. Open from the button, flat in the small blind. He'll be doing the same with 9s, 10s, 8s. But Nikolaev does find a good fold. And Pegalotti moves up to 19 big blinds, finally starting to find some hands. And maybe he'll go on a run at the last part of this session. Definitely enjoying life more than he was about an hour ago. Nothing worse than sitting with a short stack and just having to fold trash for hours. But sometimes that's what you got to do. Pocket 10s for Zurzarek. And he'll be coming in with the open. And I don't think he'll get any action. Unopposed. Chico hasn't had any hands either since he sat down. It's just been fold from him. But he's on a pretty comfortable 30 big blind stack or so no particular urgency. He is 5 for Parley in the hijack. He's been opening all of these from the sort of middle to leader positions and does so again. Nikolaev with King 10 off in the cutoff, and from what we've seen from him, that's not going to be good enough for him to get involved. Looks like Parley will get that through. Can't imagine Andrew will be interested in 8-3 off in the big blind. And he does let it go. Jack of diamonds for Parley. And again, he will open. Pocket 8s for Nikolaev. Decides to just call. Jack 10 of clubs for Leakfried on the button. Maybe a potential squeeze spot, yeah. Going for the 3-bet to 675. Andrew with pocket sevens in the small blind. Looks a lot smaller considering the action ahead of him. I think it's either all in or fold. Don't really see flatting as an option, and he decides to fold. Back to Parley, the opener. He quickly folds, and I think Nikolaev is probably going to follow suit. If he didn't, fancy pocket eights versus the open from Parley, who's been opening a lot of hands. He's not going to like the 3-bet from Liegfried, and that's great play from Liegfried. Gets 2 better hands to fold and takes down the pot unopposed. And he'll be absolutely loving that outcome. Yeah, Nikolaev maybe being a wee bit cautious with the pocket eights on a sub 20 big blind stack. I think the 3-bet jam there versus Parley's open would have been absolutely fine. Zerzurek with big slick under the gun, ace king of diamonds. Beautiful hand. Diamonds are my favourite suit for some reason. I always think the suited hands look a lot prettier compared to the rest of the suits. Chico with ace 10 has been the first even semi-reasonable hand we've seen him have, but he very wisely gets out of the way. And Eladan with 9-7 off in the big blind. He's going to peel a flop. Eight, 5, 4, all spades. Nobody has a spade. Gut shot for Eladan, but Zerzurek still ahead. He checks behind. 8 of diamonds turn pairs the board. Eladan might be tempted to fire out a bet at this, following Zerzurek's check back on the flop. And he does put out a bet of 200,000. Zerzurek makes the call. And Zerzurek bangs off the ace on the river. I think that will shut Eladan down. Obviously, smashes Zerzurek's under the gun opening range. Is Zerzurek going to go for some thin value here, or and it looks like he is going to go for some thin value, but that will be a quick fold from Eladan, and he does dispose of his hand. On to hand number 123. And the blinds are up 80, 160 now. 160 big blind ante. So we're into the final level of the day. End Ryu with ace-6 in the cutoff. Going to open off 19 bigs. Zerzurek with 8-3 of clubs in the big blind. Can't imagine he's thinking about defending here, but he never likes to give up a hand without having a good old look at his opponent. And he does ultimately fold. Weak let's go with Jack 9 suited in middle position. Ace 7 of diamonds for Chico in the cutoff. I would think this will be the first time we see him enter the fray. Opens to 325,000. Eladan with ace 2 suited on the button. Definitely a potential 3-bet bluff spot. But looks like he is just going to call. And the blinds get out of the way, so heads up to the flop. Chico in a dominating position at the moment. Wheel draw for Eladan on the 10-4-3 rainbow flop. Chico continues with a 275,000 bet. Eladan has backdoor spades as well. And he's going to stick around for a turn. Oh wow, and Eladan couldn't have asked for a better turn. Binks the wheel straight and picks up the nut flush draw. Chico has a gut shot to the higher straight. And he double barrels. 530,000. About a third of the pot. Eladan just calls, wanting to keep Chico in. Gives Chico a glance before the river, which is the 9 of diamonds. So Chico ends up with ace high, having double barreled. Eladan has the second nuts. Only 6-7 beats him. And Chico wisely raises the white flag, checks to his opponent. And Eladan's just wondering, does his opponent have anything that he's likely to call? Any kind of bet here? What size is he likely to get? Any kind of further value out of this? I mean, really, you're hoping your opponent has 10x, but that feels pretty unlikely after checking the river. And Eladan does indeed get no further action. And he is cruising along. 9.3 million, approaching the 10 million mark. Nikolaev now bringing up the rear on 12 bigs. But nobody at that stage where really are just going to have to get it in. Still a bit of scope for those shorter stacks to play. He's 10 for Lichtfried under the gun +1. He opens to 330,000. Zerzurek gets rid of King 7 suited. And Nikolaev will be sending 6-3 off to the muck from the big blind. Knockouts seem to have slowed down a bit, as you would expect, as we get towards the end of the night. 33 players left. With around about 30 minutes of play left. Powley with Queen Jack of clubs on the button, and looks like he's moved all in, and Nikolaev has woken up with the Cowboys in the small blind. Oh wow, and Pegalotti with 9s in the big blind as well. Oh, and he hates seeing this action ahead of him. That's a horrible spot. You know, normally button against small blind against big blind with 12 bigs, you're delighted to wake up with 9s, but you can see the pain in his face. He hates it, and I think he's going to fold. Yep, finds a good fold. So kings against Queen Jack of clubs. And that is a great flop for Nikolaev. Ace 8-4. And the 2 of diamond turn confirms Nikolaev's double up. That sends him up to 22 bigs. Unfortunate timing for Powley. Pelagotto will be absolutely delighted to see those hands. King Queen for Eladan. Middle position. Opens to 320,000. Zerzurek gets rid of ES8. Pocket fives for Pegalotti in the small blind. Sends them into the muck. And pocket threes for Liegfried in the big blind. 17 bigs. I think he can happily peel here and try to hit a set. Pulls the hood up. Maybe he is thinking about something a bit more creative. But no, does decide just to call. Great flop for pocket threes, 4-4-2. Liegfried checks it across to the opener Eladan. He takes the free card, checks it back, and he binks the queen on the turn. So now Liegfried reduced to 2 outs. $350,000 bet from Eladan. Liegfried quickly check calls. Eladan's also going to be barreling Ace King, Ace Jack, Ace 10. Jack, King Jack on those, on that turn. 7 of spades river completes the board. Liegfried is good, but he's got 4th pair, or sorry, 2 pairs, 4s and 3s, but the under pair to the board, sorry, to the paired board. Eldon fires out a bet of 875, and Liefried makes the quick call, and that's a very nice call. Was aware that Eldon is going to be just barreling any kind of high turn. Sorry, yes, Eldon had the queen, didn't he? Sorry, yes. Yeah, no, I mean, you can understand why Liefried has check called twice there on the turn in river. Unfortunate that Eldon did have the queen a reasonable amount of the time. He's going to be bluffing there. Folded to Liefried in the small blind with ace-7, and he moves all in for just under 8 big blinds. Andrew has king-5 in the big blind, 20 bigs. And he decides to let it go. Good fold. And Liefried shows the ace. Pegalotti looks deep in thought there. Down to 31 players now, so we've lost a couple in the course of the last few hands. Ace 8 for Nikolaev in the hijack. And he does open. Pegalotti looks like he's thinking about it with 7-4 suited from the cutoff. Surely not. Definitely giving it some thought. Is there a pay jump coming? Actually, maybe he's stalling for a payout. Does let it go. And round to Gico in the big blind with 8-5, and he swiftly sends that to the muck. So moving on to the last few hands of the night. Probably got time for 3 or 4 more. Pegalotti with ace-8 in the hijack. 11 bigs. Giving it a lot of thought, a little shake of his head before he rests his chin against his arms, lets it go. Pocket 6s for Andrew on the button. He makes it 320,000. Eladan in the big blind with Queen 10. I think this probably is a defend. He does make the call. And Eladan hits the front on ace queen 8. Second pair for him. Andrew probably will range bet this. Very unlikely Eladan has any aces. Just flatting in the big blind. Andrew does continue with a bet of 250,000. I think Eladan is obliged to call at least one street, and he does. 4 of spades. Aladan checks once more. Is Andrew going to turn these into a bluff or just raise the white flag? Yep, looks like he's going to go for it. $675 into 1.3, half pot. And Aladan lets it go, decides Andrew must have it. Some nice play for Andrew there. To be fair, we haven't really seen too much of him, so it's probably difficult for Aladan to get a gauge on how he's playing with so little time at the same table. But yeah, that was nice play. Getting the best hand to fold. Is 3 suited for Pagolotti. And he does move all in for 11 big blinds, 1.77 million from middle position. Leitfried has woken up with pocket 5s in the next seat, 9.9 big blinds, decides that is not the time. Jico with King Jack, 16 bigs, but don't think that's going to be good enough. And he does fold. But Aladan has woken up with Ace King suited. And he really has had a nice habit of waking up with big hands at the right time since he sat down at the table. He asked for the count. Aladan only thinking about whether he calls or 3-bets. Zurzarek, another big stack in the big blind. Decides to just call. And Zurzarek will, I'm sure, fold King 6 of hearts. So Pagolotti, a big dog, 33% equity. Ace 3 of spades against Ace King of clubs. And it's an Ace Jack 8 flop, so Aladan well ahead. Backdoor spades, possibilities for Pagolotti. 5 of clubs, turn doesn't help those, so he'll need a 3. And close, a 2, but not what he needed. And Simone Pagolotti exits right at the end of day 2. Unfortunate for him, he got moved to the table sort of 3/4 of the way through the day, but never really had any hands, was short stacked, and never really had a good opportunity to get it in. Anytime he had sort of those kind of middling hands like King Jack or Ace 5 suited, etc., there always seemed to be action ahead of him. So tough last part of the day for him, but he's consoled with a deep run here. Folded to Andrew in the hijack. He'll get rid of King 2. Eladan on the button with Queen 8. Certainly a fine hand to open. Zuzarek with Ace 5 of hearts in the small blind. Certainly a spot you can 3-bet. And he is indeed reaching for chips. Looks like it's 1.1, 1.2 million. 1.25 million. Eladan looks offended, but quickly gets out of the way. And Zuzarek very kindly shows him Ace 5 of hearts. So 2 more hands I think we'll be able to squeeze in. 29 players left. So it looks like we'll be down to the final 4 tables for the final day. Folded to Powley in the small blind with Ace 8 of diamonds. 10 big blinds. I think he'll be happy to get this in unless he maybe tries to induce some action with the limp. But yeah, he just moves all in. And wow, Nikolaev woken up with queens in the big blind. Wow. And Powley looks sick. And he's going to need some help. Piley had been cruising along nicely the whole day and then ran into a couple of coolers. Ace King against Eladan's aces. He does now pick up outs to the straight, but Nikolaev has the spade draw, and the 8 of spades river does complete Nikolaev's flush, and Piley is sent to the exits, looking pretty frustrated, but not much he could have done there, and I don't think really much he could have done during the course of today's session. Played very well, was aggressive, took his spots, but just ran into a couple of coolers and came off the wrong end of them, unfortunately. And this is the final hand of the day. Nobody will be wanting to bust now. King Queen for Gico. Raises to 330,000. Nikolaev gets out of the way, and as will Lichtfried. And I think that is us finished for the night. Well played to the players who've made it through to the final day. Excellent session for Eladan and Zurzarek. Eladan going through with over 12 million and Zurzarek on just under 7.5. Nikolaev managed to chip up towards the end of the night there. He comes back with 5.5 million. And Andrew and Gico through with reasonable stacks as well. Lichtfried bringing up the rear with 8 big blinds. But again, not really sure he could have done much to end up with more than that. So thanks for joining us. Been a great day, some exciting, interesting hands. Look forward to seeing you at 2:30 Central European time tomorrow for the stream coverage of the final day. See who can get their hands on 60,000, 62,400 up top. Thanks very much for your time, and we'll see you tomorrow.